million years ago, the continuity of the dinosaurs had been going on for around 165 million years already, and it didn't seem this would change anytime soon. The world was warm and pleasant, and most of the land was covered with lush forests and an incredible diversity of trees, flowers, ferns, and trillions of critters. Dinosaurs were ubiquitous and had diversified into hundreds of species of all shapes and sizes. Titanosaurs, large, gentle giants, shared the world with famous beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex or Edmontosaurus. Echinodon hunted in the undergrowth, while Edmontosaurus wandered coastlines and swamps. Ancient paradise, a world of plenty, full of life. 66 million years ago, maybe on a Tuesday afternoon, life was the same as it had been the day before, or 1,000 years before, or pretty much 1,000,000 years before. Things were good for our feathered dinosaur buddies, until a tiny, tiny detail in the sky changed. If there were dinosaurs watching the stars, one night they may have noticed the appearance of a new star, a tiny dot that for many weeks slowly became bigger and brighter. Until one fateful day, it looked like another small moon in the night sky. And then it faded from sight as it dipped into Earth's shadow. For a few more hours, the illusion of continuity was upheld, until it was not anymore. In the morning, the object suddenly appears again, now almost as large as the sun in the sky and growing every moment, heading for the coast near the Yucatan Peninsula. It takes the asteroid only seconds to pass through the thin layer between space and the ground to make contact, as it enters the atmosphere at almost 60 times the speed of sound. Let's stop time. Here, we see the unnamed asteroid about to commit speciescide. Larger than Mount Everest, it reaches from the ocean high into the atmosphere, higher than passenger planes would fly millions of years later. At this moment, the world was one way. In a fraction of a second, it would be fundamentally different. Let's make the transition. As the asteroid hits the shallow ocean and the bedrock below, the energy of billions of nuclear weapons is released all at once as the asteroid vaporizes. A flash of light illuminates the sky as an eerie, bright white sphere grows over the Gulf of Mexico. Bedrock melts into seething hot plasma at tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. The thermal radiation from the explosion travels at the speed of light and immediately burns everything within a radius of about 1,500 kilometers, while the energy from the impact pushes so hard against Earth's crust that it loses all strength and flows away from the impact site like a liquid, creating a hole 25 kilometers deep and 100 kilometers wide. The ocean is pushed back for hundreds of kilometers, like when a kid jumps into a puddle. As the crust bounces back, melted and flowing crust forms a temporary mountain stretching 10 kilometers into the sky. An incredible amount of material is blasted into the higher atmosphere, or even out into space, as much as 60 times the original mass of the asteroid. The violence of the strike is felt everywhere on Earth within minutes. A magnitude 11 earthquake may be the most powerful quake any living thing has ever witnessed in billions of years. It is so insanely strong that in India it might have shaken gigantic lava fields and causes volcanic eruptions that would last for 30,000 years and cover half of the Indian subcontinent with lava. Even on the side of Earth opposite the impact, the ground still moved by several meters. Nobody would sleep through this day. The gigantic explosion crashes against the atmosphere with unprecedented violence and causes a shockwave that reaches speeds of more than 1,000 kilometers per hour near the site of impact, similar to the hyperhurricanes on gas giants like Neptune. In Middle America, basically any soil, vegetation or animal is just shredded into pieces and catapulted thousands of kilometers away. Now the previously displaced oceans return, As the temporary mountain at the site of impact collapses, a ring of tsunamis as high as 1 kilometer, enough to cover all skyscrapers humans will ever build, heads in all directions. As they crash into the coasts of the continents surrounding the impact, they will drown thousands of kilometers of coastline. 15 hours later, some of the waves that get refracted around South America will still tower as much as 100 meters into the sky. But we still haven't talked about the worst thing yet. A lot of the debris yeeted into space will orbit Earth for thousands of years. Some may hit the Moon or even Mars. But most of it comes right back. When things fall through the atmosphere at such speeds, they get very hot, as in hundreds of degrees hot. And this happens to millions of tons of material everywhere. This rapidly heats up the atmosphere to insane temperatures. We don't know exactly how hot it got or how long this heat shock lasted, but there are two ideas here. Either the air was heated to hundreds of degrees for a few minutes, or to thousands of degrees for around 1 minute. In any case, the air became as hot as the inside of an industrial oven. How bad the global effects of this were is contested, but if enough heat reached the surface, a lot of plants and animals would have died very quickly if they couldn't bury themselves or escape to caves. The heat, together with raining debris, also may have ignited material on forest floors and sparked wildfires as the Earth rotated under the searing hot gloom. In a few hours, massive wildfires were probably burning around the globe. Some of them may have lasted for months and turned Earth into a horrifying, hot, hellish version of itself. As the day of the impact draws to an end, many of the dinosaurs are already dead, but the worst is still to come. The gigantic plume of vaporized material reaches the upper atmosphere and spreads around the whole globe. Together with the soot from the burning planet and the aerosols generated at impact, the planet sinks into a deep darkness, with only the remaining raging fires illuminating the scenery. Whatever plants survived the firestorms will now be starved for sunlight as global photosynthesis is temporarily shut down. Within days, temperatures crash as much as 25 degrees Celsius. The oceans were especially hard hit. The lack of sunlight killed over 90% of plankton, which form the basis of the food web of marine life. Ultimately, this would kill off the large marine reptiles and ammonites that used to dominate the seas. The biosphere the survivors now find themselves in is like an alien landscape. Ash, debris and the burnt remains of the formerly lush and blooming life cover the ground. The sky is dark and it's cold, and fresh food is scarce, while fungi thrive. For months and years, the planet will be a hostile and deadly place. The sudden global winter will last for decades. At least 75% of all species on Earth will just vanish from existence. And so, as the day ends, the world is suddenly different. The continuity that went on for millions of years is no more. The era of the dinosaurs is over, just like that. Eventually, from the ashes of the old world, survivors emerged. Birds that are the direct descendants of the dinosaurs and mammals that would eventually become the dominant animals on the planet. Without the asteroid, who knows what life on Earth would look like today? Without the sudden disruption of dinosaur continuity that completely changed the planet and all life on it, we might have never had the opportunity to become what we are today. It's not clear how long the human era will last. So far, modern humans have been around for 0.1% of the time the dinosaurs were. And in this short amount of time, we've achieved impressive feats, from making the world our own to reaching space and splitting the atom. Yet, our future and our long-term survival are not a given. If we're not careful, it could end in an instant, like the age of the dinosaurs ended. But in contrast to them, we know that our continuity is fragile, even if it doesn't feel like it. We can be prepared and be vigilant and hopeful. If we're lucky, our journey will go on for a long, long time. Speaking of journeys, we want to address something in the spirit of transparency. Kazat has changed in the last 2 years. We've become more than a YouTube channel, an animation studio, and now also run a paper shop that sells hundreds of thousands of calendars, posters, and notebooks. That's not a happy accident. Many of us have a background in graphic design. Paper products are our roots, and we actually started out creating posters, books, and print graphics. We love that you can touch them, smell them, learn about small details and printing techniques. Just like the channel, we started small and without great ambition. Step by step, we found the right printers and papers, learned about shipping and expanded our shop. We did a huge amount of research, love, and hours into it because this is the only way we know how to do things. We don't just want to make generic merch, we want to make things that fit our mission of making science exciting and creating beautiful things. Things that persist and are made with high quality and love. Our shop gives us another outlet to do this, and as a nice side effect has turned into our main source of income for everything we do on this channel, which also keeps us independent and our videos free for everyone. So we want to build further on that and create more things that last. We've just started a new notebook line called Rocket Log that we'll expand on in the future. The first edition is a dinosaur-themed collection that will hopefully serve the future paleontologist well. There are loads of plans for science and stuff, more journals and calendars and infographics. Let us know what you would like us to make for your home, kids, classrooms and yourself. In the end, the things we do because we like them and because you enable us to put thousands of hours into videos and hundreds of hours into posters and journals. Thank you so much for that. We're looking
wasn't the first person Morpheus thought was the one. This revealed soon Cypher's conversation with Neo on board the ship was different. Cypher warned Neo on Morpheus, tells him that before Neo, there were 5 other people that Morpheus believed were the one. Each of them died. This means that if Cypher wasn't ready yet, he helped Morpheus believe his 5 intentions, witness their deaths, because they all believed in Morpheus. Just like he did once, they all died because they were convinced that they were with him. This powerfully crushed Cypher's morale and mistrust of Morpheus. For only one Morpheus believed in death and Cypher matrix. His respect and admiration for Morpheus quietly turned into disillusion and hatred. Being coupled with Trinity's rejection, there were dangerous living conditions in the world. Cypher came to a pragmatic decision to avoid further suffering and to return to the simulation. Here is where the Matrix film begins. There are 2 things to note about Trinity and Cypher's conversation at the beginning of the movie. 1, Cypher is jealous of Neo. And 2, Trinity notices that the communication is being traced.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Are you sure this line is clear?
Yeah, of course I'm sure.
Also, was Cypher's tone too much Neo, not Trinity's?
You weren't supposed to.
I know, but I felt like taking a shift.
You like him, don't you? You like watching him. We're gonna kill him. You understand that?
Trinity does have control of the agents and the schemes, but the agents acquired the information on a personal interest.
There it is.
The fact that the agents read the agents' communications from Trinity's and temporarily information on Morpheus' first mind, or placed the Cypher already communicating to a certain degree with the agents, or he was, at the very least, sending a message that he wanted to help them. Cypher was a talented operator. He was able to manipulate the ship's computer to hide his meeting with the agents. So to think that Cypher did not know that the call was being traced is being naive. The only constant between the film script and the film itself is that Cypher warned Neo about danger. As we mentioned earlier, in the film script, Cypher warned Neo about Morpheus. In the movie, he warns him about the agents.
Little piece of advice. You see an agent? You do what we do. Run your ass up.
Cypher had already lost all hope in Morpheus and Zion long before the film began. He made his choice to make a deal with the enemy for one last chance at happiness.
I don't remember nothing. Nothing. Understand?
For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Why should you invest in stocks on eToro?
With eToro, I can invest in global and local stocks with zero commission.
eToro also lets you train risk-free with $100,000 in a virtual portfolio. Add up.
Well, I'm an investment tycoon. I just check out my feed to see what other traders are doing. I know.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro, the world's leading social trading and investing platform.
This one, perfect gift for the friend who's getting a little too comfortable during quarantine, maybe your son, a father, or your boyfriend, in which case it's really a gift for yourself. It's Stanimir and their new performance package. This all-in-one kit that helps you maintain every bush or forest located in your head. Starting off with the star of the show, the updated Lawnmower 3.0 trimmer. I didn't think I'd ever be so excited over an LED being included onto an electric razor, but here I am confirming it's pretty wicked. Look, I know this visual isn't pleasant for use, but I had to verify that this one can cut, and cut it does indeed. It's especially great if you grow patchy bushes like I do in the more areas, but let's be real, it's for this. And with a 7,000 RPM blade combined with that built-in light, your skin-safe ceramic blades help reduce the chances of hitting yourself. Basically, as long as you go slow and steady, you'll be fine, unless you're into this. If you have really shaky hands, they do include a guard that ensures the blade and your sensitive areas, both physically and emotionally, stay social distance. Plus, when you're done, it's waterproof too, making it one of the easiest trimmers to maintain, but that also means bath time just became a little more adventurous. Now, the trimmer itself may be mistaken as another vibrating tool with its grit and textured surface, but it turns out an eggplant is just very ergonomic too. Oh, it also includes a dedicated charging dock that uses USB, so it takes nothing with this. Lastly, the blades are removable, which you can subscribe to get new blades sent to you every 3 months. Unless you're pretty careless like I am, in which case the included blade is no. As an all-in-one kit though, you've also got goodies for after shit, like a deodorant for your balls. Just because you can't smell it, doesn't mean it's not there. And I can confirm that this one does smell like a new car. Then for the times after shaving, when it can get a little uncomfortable, there's the Crop Reviver Ball Toner, which I can only describe as like a breath mint, but for down under. Honestly, just keep this in your bag. And a new addition to the kit though is the Weed Whacker. It's got all the greatness of the lawnmower, but designed for the hair hiding in smaller parts of your body, your nose, your ears, or wherever. And it still includes your skin safe pack, so it's one less thing you have to worry about when sticking in your holes. Really good skin on the all-in-one aspect. A free storage bag is included with the kit. It's not just Pebble Brother book. Top it all off because it just makes sense. They also throw in a free pair of boxes. And all I can say about this is it's really damn strong. Stretchy too if you but like I said, it's a perfect gift for your kids entering adulthood or your boyfriend who hasn't gone off the sofa since you'll be doing yourself.
The Matrix Reloaded ends by once again undermining everything we thought we knew about the world. Neo is, we learn, not the one.
This is the sixth version of 5,000.
He's merely one in a series of systemic anomalies and eventualities that humans have already planned for.
The prophecies. The one was never meant to be written. It was all another system of control.
This place was, to put it lightly, controversial when the Matrix Reloaded was written for 2003, but then the commitment was part of the project from the beginning. The Wachowski sisters made a conscious decision to subvert the message of their popular entertainment first installment.
A world without rules and controls, without borders and boundaries.
But what does that mean? dive into the architect, the problem of choice, and the ending of The Matrix Reloaded.
You're watching
The Tape.
Thanks for watching, and be sure to share and subscribe.
For all its mind-blowing reveals and philosophical questioning, the first Matrix movie is ultimately a typical hero's journey. Thomas Anderson, a seemingly ordinary man, discovers that he is a long-prophesied hero who will free the human race.
When the Matrix was first put in place, man was who had the ability to change everything.
But this isn't a story about just any hero. It's one about a mythical, even religious figure.
The oracle prophesied his return. That his coming would hail the destruction of the Matrix, end the war, bring freedom to our people.
Accordingly, The Matrix ends with Neo literally dying and coming back to life, imbued with the powers of the savior of humanity.
Yes, the one.
And when The Matrix ends, he can manipulate the Matrix at will. He can stop bullets with his mind, rewrite code while jacked in, and force the once unbeatable agents to run from him. He is a literal superhero.
Doing the Superman thing.
At the beginning of The Matrix Reloaded, the Wachowskis took pains to show us how powerful Neo has become in the fight against the previously invincible agents.
Upgrades.
By the end of the fight, Neo is literally hovering above the Matrix. He is now seen as a higher being.
You got me now. You see?
For the humans of Zion, Neo is almost a god.
Neo, please. I have a son, Jacob,
Even skeptics like Link have come around.
Have to be on that shit. See if he can do the things he can do. I gotta say, I'm starting to believe too.
Neo's ability to be fluid and safe from the Matrix Reloaded is difficult for the Wachowskis. After all, he can emerge victorious in practically every scenario. The movie's biggest action sequences have been aggressively fragmented, whether by putting him 500 miles away from the city, or by forcing the resistance to complete several objectives simultaneously. Unlike Smith, Neo can't be in two places at once.
Neo can take them both out of you. There's no time.
So for all that the Matrix tells us that Blunt is an unbeatable, invincible savior, the characters in the Matrix Reloaded spend a lot of time undercutting years of apparent participants, reminding us that, when it comes down to it, Neo is still flesh and blood. First, the agents decide to fight him because, after all, they are not bound by being human.
Do we proceed? Yes. You're still only human.
When Neo fights the Merovingian's wounds, he wins, but he bleeds. Then, in the biggest single fight of the movie, Neo loses his arm. Though he manages to fend off hundreds of Thomas and Smith in an epic brawl, he eventually gets worn down and tired, because that's what happens to human beings. Why does this matter? The Matrix Reloaded ends with Neo confronting a vision of the cabin he's clearly humanity is dying.
Still can't sleep.
As Zion leader Chancellor Hammond points out, Neo specifically states that the indication should not become some kind of purposely
Good time. But you are in fact still human.
Near the end of The Matrix Reloaded, the two sides of Neo, the invincible, unmovable hero, and the Matrix considered human, collide with his forces his godlike humanity one, and his personal commitment to humanity. The Matrix Reloaded is about the problem of choice. The first Matrix already raised several questions about faith versus free will.
What else? You're just still a broken.
In their first conversation together, Morpheus asks Neo how he feels about faith.
Do you believe in fate? Why not? Because I don't like the idea that I'm not control.
The concept of choice in the Matrix trilogy is most famously embodied by the villain Neo, representations of the potential for good life that Neo, and all of us, can face.
Take the blue pill, wake up in your bed, whatever you want. You take the red pill, me what I'm supposed to do.
When that does happen and he meets with the Oracle, Neo seems to be given the next step of his destiny, going through the source.
The machine here.
Where the path that you want to take.
For much of the Matrix Reloaded, you might expect that this is the natural arc of the film. Neo will make it to the source, and in doing so, he'll somehow gain the power and the warp to man a machine. And if this were how the movie went, that would pretty much deliver the same uplifting emotional journey of the first film.
What?
Many, if not most of the other characters in the Matrix Reloaded see their fate as being somehow tied to Neo's quest for the source, and to the destiny they believe he has.
It's my purpose. There's a reason I'm here. Same reason we're all here.
In the first Matrix, leader Morpheus is driven by faith in the one in the Oracle's prophecy. But in the Matrix Reloaded, he and the other characters double down on his fundamentalism.
I believe the slight holes in the chapter.
Even the Oracle, who has set Neo on his path, seems to have placed their faith in him to a greater degree than he already is.
Will Peter believe that something?
But in committing themselves to their sense of fate, destiny, and purpose, they also commit themselves to pursuing the world behavior in which is fulfilling the faith. Take Smith, whose crusade of trying to homogenize and to overtake the entire Matrix comes from his desperate obsession with purpose.
It's not without purpose.
Or the Merovingian, who dismisses the possibility of making any choice,
Choice is an illusion created between those who
and believes all things are determined solely by cause and effect.
Way out.
So the human characters are, you might say, infinitely programs. But that blind faith in destiny which unites the humans and their computerized counterparts crumbles when the architect confronts Neo with his true purpose.
You are here because Zion is about to be destroyed.
The architect embodies a traditional idea of God. He is an old white man with a beard who built the world, and he spends most of his time watching humans from a distance. His comprehensive, algorithmic knowledge of humanity allows him predictive power that approaches the supernatural. So it's fitting that this godly figure here serves as a representation of internal meaning, of the way that people seek purpose from something or someone outside of themselves, something they don't have to choose.
Favorite.
In the first Matrix, Neo originally expected to be told if he was good luck or not, while throughout the Matrix Reloaded, Neo waits for someone to tell him his purpose. But when that happens, his purpose turns out to be letting thousands of people die, including humanity, something the architect explains in his passionate language.
This will be the sixth time we have destroyed it. The function of the one is not to return to the source and not temporary separation of
The supposed end of the war as prophecy foretells is, in fact, a movie, a way of simply going to the title again.
after which you will be required to select from the matrix 23, 60, 78 to reveal Zion.
Yet something gets in the way of the machine's business as usual restart and their mechanism for controlling blood, the unexpected twist in Neo's love of Trinity.
Here are 5 apprentices while the others are still your experience. Love. Trinity.
Even facing the impending destruction of Zion and the likely extinction of creation, Neo renounces his supposed wisdom to have taken his love is wrong. So in the end, Neo embraces radical free will. Not only won't he follow his own destiny, but he also rejects the limitations of which was given to him entirely.
Was radical.
purpose he chooses for himself is simply saving Trinity. The word existentialist gets thrown around a lot in pop culture, but this film's arc is literally the process one goes through as an existentialist, acknowledging the lack of an external source. The process one goes through as an existentialist, acknowledging the lack of an external source of meaning, and, after overcoming the crisis of that loss, embracing the opportunity to create meaning and values in their own life.
Neo goes from being in this sort of cocooned and programmed world to having to participate in the construction of meaning to his life.
In fact, the Wachowskis ground the Matrix in the work of proto-existentialist Arthur Schopenhauer.
When we wrote the Matrix trilogy, we had above our walls
Proto-existentialist Arthur Schopenhauer.
When we wrote the Matrix trilogy, we had above our walls amazing Schopenhauer quote that when we wrote the Matrix trilogy,
The Matrix in the work of proto-existentialist Arthur Schopenhauer.
when we wrote the Matrix trilogy, we had above our walls amazing Schopenhauer. That was the fundament upon all
deeply spiritual themes of the Matrix Revolutions.
I see death, and you are all that stands in his way.
By the end of The Matrix Reloaded, everything the Resistance fighters thought they knew has been undercut.
What are we gonna do?
And likewise, the Wachowskis have unleashed a philosophical tremor on the viewers, capable of shaking up and toppling whatever you took away from the first movie.
And people get very upset. And they're like, stop attacking me and saying that people get upset with deconstructionist philosophy. And Derrida and Foucault, people upset us.
The first Matrix flatters us and asks us to identify with its hero. But once the hero loses the center of gravity, we lash out accordingly. Are people capable of moving past this kind of existential crisis? And the revolutionaries who have long known all these things have changed radically. Those who work together with programs, people who are not even technically people.
I suppose the most obvious question is, how can we trust you?
The Matrix Reloaded answers to the resounding, leaving the answer up to us.
That means it says no way to create so it's really up to you.
Judging from the original reception of the movie, it seems like many fans may have ignored that message. Will it continue to be rejected?
And let us hope that I was wrong.
If you're new here, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell to be notified about all of our new videos.
Just as there is a group of rebellious humans who awaken and extract other humans from the simulation, there is also a group of programs in charge of doing the opposite, to find a safe way to bring other programs into the Matrix. The intervention is the freedom of the exiles, one of the oldest and most dangerous programs in the Matrix universe. But as powerful as he is, his existence does not escape the system control, just as the economy fell into measures of permanent employment. The Merovingian also fell into the same traps and ended up working for his enemies without realizing it, until they were going to be analyzing or simulation was being created. This is how Seraph survived, and why he is called the prodigal son and Newness.
L'ange sans cicelle. Are you here for the bounty, Seraph?
Seraph was part of the Merovingians' ranks at the beginning of the Nightmare Matrix, but something changed, and Seraph switched sides and joined the Oracle, becoming her bodyguard.
Then since you
We don't know why Seraph switched sides, but we assume that it happened after the first anomaly manifested, and the Oracle decided to bring inside the simulation, making her vulnerable and in need of a protector. This is probably when the Oracle and the Merovingian began. She took something from him, his most powerful soldier, and the Frenchman doesn't like it when things are taken from him.
I do hope she will be mine.
Rumors of the Oracle's highs began to spread across the Matrix, making programs more than a billion to see into the future, including the Merovingian.
There is.
We speculate that the rumors about the Oracle's eyes were created and spread by the Oracle herself, so that Smith would assimilate her, but it also drew the Merovingians' selfish desire to destroy her and take her powers for his own. In Matrix Reloaded, the Oracle warned Neo about the Merovingian. The Merovingian's reason to have a Kingmaker as a prisoner is simple. He wants more power, and the Kingmaker can create keys for anything and to go anywhere in the simulation. A major advantage for the Frenchman. We also believe that the Kingmaker has been forced to work for the Merovingian since the Matrix before Neo's. Not long after the Kingmaker was rescued by Neo and the others, does he have been his Agent Smith? So in actuality, he was much safer with the Merovingian than Neo. Sure, the Frenchman took advantage of the Kingmaker's powers, but he also served as his protector. The Oracle had to have known that the program was safer with the Merovingian, though she never told or warned Neo of the Kingmaker's eventual death. This is the second time that the Oracle took something from the Merovingian, but it doesn't end here. As the Oracle planned to send Neo to get the Kingmaker, she also planned for the safe transportation of a special program into the Matrix. Sati, she knew that the only way for Sati to enter the Matrix was to remove a land from within the Merovingian, which is why she made the Frenchman believe that he could destroy her shell. It wouldn't take much to convince the Merovingian of the existence of the key code to the Oracle's shell, because he was already blinded by hatred towards the Kingmaker program and his desire for her eyes. For whatever reason he had for wanting to make Neo to destroy the Oracle, in the end, he failed. The Oracle wasn't destroyed as a home. She simply changed bodies, and Sati was moved safely into the Matrix. The Oracle used to manipulate the For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real. The Mother of the Matrix, also known as the Oracle, is the fundamental asset by which the simulation works. After the architect failed multiple times in his attempt to create a stable simulation, the solution ultimately came from the Oracle, which Somehow the Oracle convinced the first anomaly to play along, and the mother of the Matrix, also known as the Oracle, is the fundamental asset by which the simulation works. After the architect failed multiple times in his attempt to create a stable simulation, the solution ultimately came from the Oracle, which after adding choice to the simulation, it had achieved a 99% acceptance of the people connected to it. The Oracle is responsible for giving stability to the biggest deception ever created, to fool the Matrix prisoners into believing they make their own decisions. However, for that 1% that did not accept the Matrix, another strategy was created. The Oracle created a religion where choice would be replaced by faith, the rational for irrational, fear of defeat, and the hope of a Messiah. So today we're going to take a look at one of the most effective methods of control within the Matrix, the religion of the One. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
The first level of control is the simulation, a shared virtual world where most of the people have come to accept it, as long as the illusion of choice is maintained in the simulation. That is to say, that the people connected to the simulation must believe that they're in control of their lives and not feel trapped in a sort of predetermined reality. But for the small percentage of humans who rejected the simulation, they feel like they're in a dream and they must wake up to reality. This resulted in the creation of a systematic failure and the emergence of the anomaly. This design flaw led the Oracle to make one of the smartest decisions ever. Lead and control that 1% of humans with a type of modern religion where the integral anomaly is a Messiah. Religion is a system of beliefs, customs, and symbols established around an idea of divinity or the sacred. Religions are doctrines made up of a set of principles and practices on existentialism, morality, and spiritual issues. In religion, there are rituals, prophets, and worship of deities. The system within Zion meets the criteria and characteristics of an organized religion. The Oracle fulfills the role of the prophet who gives predictions about the future. She is the one who has the word of the earth, and the one who speaks of the Messiah to come. Of course, Neo fulfills the role of the Messiah, who had faithful servants and believers, especially Morpheus, who was a type of evangelist who turned the new red pills into believers of this religion. Zion has traditions, such as sitting at the table and break bread, which is a tradition that was established in the Matrix comic, Miller's Tale. Zion also has a temple where the people meet, pray, and venerate Neo as their Messiah. After a red pill awakens, they fall into a pit of liquid, like being baptized. That is in addition to the many other religious symbols that we've discussed on this channel. But how is it that these people were able to see choices maintained in the simulation? The mother of the Matrix, also known as the Oracle, is the fundamental asset by which the simulation works. After the architect failed multiple times in his attempt to create a stable simulation, the solution ultimately came from the Oracle, which after adding choice to the simulation, it had achieved a 99% acceptance of the people connected to it. The Oracle is responsible for giving stability to the biggest deception ever created, to fool the Matrix prisoners into believing that they make their own decisions. However, for that 1% that did not accept the Matrix, another strategy was created. The Oracle created a religion where choice would be replaced by faith, the rational for irrational, fear of defeat, and the hope of a Messiah. So today we're going to take a look at one of the most effective methods of control within the Matrix, the religion of the One. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
The first level of control is the simulation, a shared virtual world where most of the people have come to accept it, as long as the illusion of choice is maintained in the simulation. That is to say, that the people connected to the simulation must believe that they're in control of their lives and not feel trapped in a sort of predetermined reality. But for the small percentage of humans who rejected the simulation, they feel like they're in a dream and they must wake up to reality. This resulted in the creation of a systematic failure and the emergence of the anomaly. This design flaw led the Oracle to make one of the smartest decisions ever: lead and control that 1% of humans with a type of modern religion where the integral anomaly is a messiah. Religion is a system of beliefs, customs, and symbols established around an idea of divinity or the sacred. Religions are doctrines made up of a set of principles and practices on existentialism, morality, and spiritual issues. In religion, there are rituals, prophets, and worship of deities. The system within Zion meets the criteria and characteristics of an organized religion. The Oracle fulfills the role of the prophet who gives predictions about the future. She is the one who has the word of the hereafter and the one who speaks of the Messiah to come. Of course, Neo fulfills the role of the Messiah who had faithful servants and believers, especially Morpheus, who was a type of evangelist who turned the new red pills into believers of this religion. Zion has traditions, such as sitting at the table and break bread, which is a tradition that was established in the Matrix comic, Miller's Tale. Zion also has a temple where the people meet, pray, and venerate Neo as their Messiah. After a red pill awakens, they fall into a pit of liquid, like being baptized. That is in addition to the many other religious symbols that we've discussed on this channel. But how is it that these people were able to see through the facade that is the simulation, but not this religion in the real world? Why do they trust an oracle who lives inside the Matrix? Objectively, it does not make sense for this group of people who innately rejected the Matrix to end up believing in the words of an old woman from the same false world they had escaped. Hopelessness and tradition are the reasons why this happens. Logically speaking, the Oracle's religion must have started during the second simulation after the emergence of the first anomaly. The intuitive program concluded that the best way to keep humanity and the anomaly in check was by creating a series of beliefs where she would play the part of the prophet, the one who spreads the gospel. Somehow the Oracle convinced the first anomaly to play along and make the first inhabitants of Zion believe that he was some kind of deity and that they should heed the words of the Oracle.
When the Matrix was first built, there was a man born inside who had the ability to change whatever he wanted, to remake the Matrix as he saw fit. It was he who freed the first of us, taught us the truth. After he died, the Oracle prophesied his return, and that his coming would hail the destruction of the Matrix, end the war, bring freedom to our people. That is why there are those of us who have spent our entire lives searching the Matrix, looking for him.
The prophecy of the One has always been tied to the first savior of Zion, which is why many red pills trust the Oracle. She was connected to Neo's predecessor. Evidence of this can be found in a deleted scene from The Matrix Reloaded, where Neo questioned the Oracle about his predecessor. What about the first one? What about him? Did he reach the source? Yes? Then why didn't he end the war? He did what he was here to do. His path is not your path, Neo. Your path, I'm afraid, is much harder. Why? Because of the choices you've made. From the very early years of Zion, the Oracle has been spreading these beliefs that she created. Leading the red pills with false prophecies, she garnered many loyal followers to help perpetuate the cycle. The Oracle created the perfect system of control for all those who had escaped the Matrix, a religion. But none of this would have worked if the red pills did not wake up to this nightmarish world. Morpheus told Neo that no one can be told what the Matrix is. They have to see it for themselves. But why? Why couldn't Morpheus just tell Neo what the Matrix was? Perhaps this is part of the system of control. The best way to surprise a newly born red pill is to have them wake up to the real world without knowledge of what to expect.
It's not possible. I didn't say it would be easy, Neo. I just said it would be the truth.
Stop! Let me out! Let me out!
This way their level of horror and hopelessness increases, thus making them more inclined to accept the Oracle's gospel. They will accept our guidance and follow the rituals and traditions of Zion without question. Why? Well, because they don't have much of a choice anymore.
I can't go back, can I?
No. But if you could, would you really want to?
The truth is so horrible that anyone would prefer to live in a lie. The people of Zion have escaped one lie to just enter another. They are no longer prisoners of the simulation. They are now prisoners of false prophecies and legends.
It was a lie, Morpheus. The prophecy was a lie. The one was never meant to end anything. It was all another system of control.
The world outside of the Matrix is governed by a religion created by the Oracle, and the only option to escape it would be to return to the Matrix, as Cypher intended to.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window, or when you turn on your television. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
What truth?
That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage. Born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch.
But do you agree? Did the Oracle create a religion to manipulate the humans? In one of our very first videos, we explained what the red and blue pills were. We've also mentioned the tale of a potential who rejected the red pill. This story was told in a Matrix comic. It sheds light on those potentials who did not believe in Morpheus, or were simply too afraid to follow the rabbit hole. What happens to those potentials who take the blue pill? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
A Life Less Empty is a comic written by Ted McKeever. It tells the story of Tara, a potential who got the call of the red pills. The story begins at the White Rabbit Hotel. A woman is sitting on her bed, wearing nothing but an unbuttoned t-shirt. It's always the same. The day turns into sleep, sleep into a dream, the dream turns into a nightmare, and then the nightmare turns into reality. And here I am again, the same as the day before, the same as the day yet to happen. I wait for answers that will never come. Never, because I am the answer. And at the same time, I'm also the question. It is better to try and fail than to never try at all, and spend the rest of your life wondering what would have happened if you had. The woman stands up, grabs her cup of coffee and takes a sip. Then she stares out the window. I spend all my hours calculating and gauging the people who have tried and succeeded, the ones who tried and failed, or the losers who never tried at all. Is the last one me? Yes. The half-naked woman opens the window and leans over the windowsill. She looks down on the streets of the city. She is very high up. I come to the same conclusion every time. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose. It all just adds up to how much you're willing to gamble, so that when you're old and gray, you can look yourself in the mirror and say that I do the best I could, but I didn't. I gave my best shot, and it wasn't good enough.
I am a passenger. I am moving through your dreams. And you never knew.
Every morning just at 5.
Enough. Not to me, it wasn't. I know what hell is. She takes another sip of her coffee. It's not lakes of burning oil or brimstone and devils poking you in the ass with pitchforks. She spills what's left of the coffee out the window. Hell is not knowing. The cerebral torture you put yourself through. Wondering, questioning, pondering your past decisions over and over again. Trying to decide if what you did was the right choice. If that's the case, I truly am in hell. Eternal hell. I'm plenty happy, aren't I? The woman loads up her computer. Huh, who am I kidding? She picks up a floppy disk that is full of pictures of her life. Pictures of my past. They spark images that bring back my life as the woman I was, and the choices I made. Good or bad, right or wrong. Live with it, Tara. Tara loads up the floppy disk and looks at her photos. Childhood memories. The girl I was. The woman I became. A hacker extraordinaire. All-powerful, all-knowing, but all that wasted knowledge on a pitiful shell of a human. Nothing more than a freaking ghost in a machine. I was one of the best there ever was. A hacker extraordinaire. Cream of the crop. Elite. What the hell happened to me? When did I become such a wimp? I remember when he came into my life, offering me the truth, and I was scared to swallow it. Pathetic. She remembers the mysterious man who wore the leather overcoat and sunglasses, offering her the choice of 2 pills, one red and one blue. On her computer, she scrolls to a file titled No Return. She opens it. It's a document with only 4 words. The Matrix has you. The Matrix, she said. I'd almost forgotten, at least when I allow myself to. Tara puts on a pair of 3D glasses. What is the Matrix? A major damn pain in the ass question is what? Why couldn't I see past the obvious? She asked herself. Why was I so damn afraid of the truth? She looks across a room, and on her night table, there's a figure, something with wings, resembling an angel. He offered me a red pill, a pill that would be the total alteration of my life, he said. In Tara's mind's eye, the figure turns into the stranger, holding one pill in each hand. A brave new world of the unknown, to be reborn anew and learn the truth about everything. The feeling was overwhelming, just like it was yesterday and will be again tomorrow. Tara is remembering that day, the day the man stood in her room, offering her the red pill. I wanted to be just like all the others. I wanted to be like Neo and Trinity and all the other myths and legends. What a joke. I kick myself in the ass every day remembering how Morpheus, the dealer, the master hacker and king of all data, came to me and offered up a handful of answers and truths. And what did I do? I ran. She is remembering when she chose the blue pill. I ran with my tail shoved between my trembling legs, like the pathetic scared little dog I am. Red means go. Blue means stop. I chose blue. Dead end. Nowhere to go but down. Napoleon, Joan of Arc, Hitler, Einstein, all insane radical extremists. Good or bad, they all jumped off head first. Some crashed and burned. Some became geniuses, but all tried in the face of fear and doubt. I didn't. What would have happened if I had taken that leap of faith? Would I be better off than I am now? Would I be happier? What is happiness? One thing for damn sure, I know it's not this. Still reaching for that brass ring when it's long past grabbing. I had my chance, and I freaking blew it. It is better to try and fail than to never try at all, and spend the rest of your life wondering what would have happened if you had. Tara scrolls to the folder where all her pictures are stored. She clicks and drags it to the computer's recycle bin. I spend all my hours calculating and gogging the people who have tried and succeeded. She permanently deletes the files. Tara stands up and looks out the window once again, and the losers who never tried at all. What would have happened if I really tried? I'll never know the true answer. And as always, like the day before and the day yet to follow, my regret is eternal. So this comic is a story about remorse, that reveals several surprising things about the blue pills. Many people think that the blue pill erases the potential's memories of the meeting with the red pills, that they will simply wake up in their homes thinking that everything was a dream.
You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe.
But the blue pill does not erase memories. At most, it puts them to sleep, but the person will remember everything that happened. The comic takes place after the events of The Matrix, as Tara refers to Neo and Trinity as legends. However, she lives in regret because she did not dare to take the leap of faith that Morpheus asked her. This story shows us that those people who choose the blue pill do so because they are afraid of changing their lives. They don't want to leave their comfort zone, but then they spend the rest of their lives questioning what could have been, depressed, and with questions that will never be answered. Maybe at some point in your life, you were offered the perfect job, but you had to move somewhere far from home. Or you missed out on a relationship because you were afraid of changing how you live. By rejecting change, many people come to live in remorse for not taking advantage of those new opportunities. They live miserable lives. More often than not, do these comics end unhappily. The characters die, or they get caught by the enemy machines. Yet this story is tragic, not because of someone dying, but because of a blue pill that will forever regret not taking the chance of discovering the truth and change her life forever. One last fun fact about this comic: the hotel where Tara was staying is called the White Rabbit Hotel. Clever, huh?
White Rabbit.
But do you agree? What do you think happens to those who take the blue pill?
For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm gonna do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, and information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias.
Seraph is one of the most powerful former agents of the Matrix. Even though he is a fan favorite, his backstory is a bit fuzzy. In today's History of Video, we will be talking about Seraph's story. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
desert out of the real.
Seraph's story begins after the fall of humanity and the imprisonment of the survivors inside one of the first beta versions of the simulation, the Paradise Matrix.
Did you know that the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect human world where none suffered, where everyone would be happy? And it was a disaster. No one would accept the program. Entire crops were lost.
The architect explains this beta version in clearer detail.
The first Matrix I designed was quite natural.
This early version of the Matrix, despite its perfection,
Matrix I designed was quite natural. Try it.
This early version of the Matrix, despite its perfection, the human mind couldn't accept it. Seraph was a type of agent whose role was similar to those of Smith and the other agents, to protect the facade of the Matrix, albeit with lesser extreme measures. Seraph was also to protect the humans and correct any issues in the simulation. But as mentioned before, the Paradise Matrix was doomed to fail, which is why the Beta Matrix collapsed, and Seraph's job as a guardian ended with the end of the Paradise Matrix and the beginning of the Nightmare Matrix. Seraph was then faced with a decision: either return to the source and be replaced by a better program, or run and hide in the next simulation. It is believed that the agents of the Paradise Matrix had wings and were often mistaken for angels. Seraph had to cut off his wings to better blend in the Nightmare Matrix. And here is where he met the Merovingian. The Merovingian was famous for smuggling programs from Machine City to the Matrix, hiding them within constructs away from the architect's control, and entering them into the new simulation. The Merovingian was also an outdated program meant to be replaced by another program. After Seraph was saved from deletion, he joined the Merovingian and his exiles. If our estimates are correct, Seraph worked for the Merovingian for at least 100 years during the Nightmare Matrix, which also inevitably failed and was restarted. After the failure of the Nightmare Matrix, the intuitive program, also known as the Oracle, added the concept of choice to the next version of the simulation, giving it the needed stability, but inadvertently created the integral anomaly. At some point, the Oracle met Seraph and offered him a new job, one similar to his original profession or purpose. Remember that his job was of a protector. Seraph agreed and vowed to protect the Oracle. The Merovingian was of course not happy with the Oracle taking away what was his.
The prodigal child returns, l'ange sans ses ailes. Are you here for the bounty, Seraph?
I do hope, however, she has the good manners to learn her lesson, and to remember that there is no action without consequence. And if you take something from me, you will pay the price.
Seraph is quite powerful, more in fact than the current agents of the Matrix. It was alluded by Seraph that he had confronted Smith and the other agents before.
I remember chasing you was like chasing a ghost.
I have beaten you before.
Yeah, it's true, but as you can see, things are a little different now.
The reason why Seraph has faced the agents before is that he is an exiled program, and thus must be deleted from the simulation. Part of the agent's job is to eliminate any threat to the simulation, including exiled or obsolete programs. They create an instability to the Matrix equation, doing things that they are not supposed to.
Every story you've ever heard about vampires, werewolves, or aliens is the system assimilating some program that's doing something they're not supposed to be doing.
Another possible reason is that the agents were after the Oracle, as she is also considered an exiled program. But whatever the reasons being, Seraph has defeated Smith and the agents in combat. So apart from Neo, Seraph is the only other entity that we know of capable of fighting and defeating the agents.
It's easy to understand why the Merovingian is pissed at the Oracle for taking Seraph away from him. He was the most powerful program within his army of exiles. Not only is Seraph a powerful fighter, but he can determine a person's true intentions after fighting them. Seraph works as a type of authentication program to validate or approve those who wish to see the Oracle and filter out the potential threats. But there is one thing about Seraph that is still a mystery. When Neo meets Seraph, he sees him in Golden Code, an unknown code that Neo would again see in the Oracle and later in the real world. Some fans have theorized that the first Matrix programs are connected directly to the sleeve to destroy the system. This theory goes as follows. When the beta matrix was created, it was unstable. At least 2 versions had failed, causing the loss of thousands, perhaps millions of humans who were connected to them. The Nightmare and Paradise Matrix did not work because most humans perceived the false realities. We do not know how many times the simulation has failed. We estimate that it has failed dozens or hundreds of times before the architect started to officially count the versions from the emergence of the first integral anomaly onwards, meaning that the architect has been experimenting with humans in his computer simulator for hundreds of years. Assuming that the Oracle is a program that eventually grew sympathetic towards humans, watching thousands of them die every time the architect failed and restarted the simulation made her reevaluate her stance. So she came up with a plan. The Oracle would make both parties more dependent on each other and find a way to gradually unite them. She, like the architect, can predict human behavior, but unlike the architect, she can understand and comprehend human emotion and irrationality. This gave the Oracle a distinct advantage. If she is a benevolent program, then the Oracle could have manipulated the architect into adding choice to the equation, knowing full well that it will cause an anomaly. The integral anomaly, or the One, is undoubtedly the son of the Oracle. Coincidentally, for the anomaly to be controlled, it must be installed into a human. In other words, the Oracle created the solution to the instability of the equation, which resulted in the emergence of a dangerous anomaly that needs a human host, and thus creating a symbiotic relationship between machines and humans. In the first official version of the Matrix, when the first comprehensive anomaly manifested, the architect realized that the only way to keep the anomaly at bay was by creating the path of the One, a series of tasks and experiences of which the human host would have to go through so that the code that he carries within him does not go out of control and destroy the simulation. This path of the One was designed by the Oracle. How do we know that? Well, because the One has to create an emotional bond with the inhabitants of Zion.
Your 5 predecessors were, by design, based on a similar predication, a contingent affirmation that was meant to create a profound attachment to the rest of your species, facilitating the function of the One.
The path of the One is an emotional journey, not a rational one, using love to manipulate the anomaly into making an important decision. As mentioned in a previous video, the Oracle created the religion of the One with prophecies, rituals, and evangelizing new believers. If her objectives to create an anomaly and the path of the One were not meant to be used against humanity, then there must be some clues to prove it. Surprisingly, there are. Humans who reject the simulation die.
It was a disaster. No one would accept the program. Entire crops were lost.
If the integral anomaly loses control, more people will die.
Failure to comply with this process will result in a cataclysmic system crash, killing everyone connected to the Matrix, which, coupled with the extermination of Zion, will ultimately result in the extinction of the entire human race.
But if the first humans who woke up from the beta matrix died, how can there be humans living in Zion? Zion is a necessary element in the path of the One. The city is needed to create a bond between humanity and the anomaly. So those humans who did not die from shock after escaping the first anomaly version of the Matrix were let go by the machines to build up the city of Zion. On top of everything else that resulted from the Oracle adding choice to the equation, she indirectly helped establish the first human city after the fall of humanity. Now, the architect accepted this because the stability of the Matrix rose to a 99% effectiveness. That is when the Oracle moves on to her next step of the plan. Recruit a protector, because she knows that her future actions will put her in danger, possibly forcing the architect to send agents after her. And who accepted the responsibility to protect the Oracle? Seraph. Now that the Oracle has all her pieces on the board, she makes her move to break the Matrix cycle and free the humans. First, the Oracle will use Trinity to manipulate the next anomaly to fall in love with her specifically, disrupting the anomaly's predetermined affinity for humans in general. The One must fall in love with a single person, a person who is destined to die. The Oracle tells Trinity that she is destined to fall in love with the One.
Sie sehen den neuen 508 PSE in Zeitlupe, weil wir Ihnen nur ungern die neue Generation der Hybrid-Performance im Bruchteil einer Sekunde zeigen möchten. Peugeot Sport engineert, Performance neu definiert.
Ես մինչև օկտեմբեր վերջը Շուշիի մեր պատվալում մնացի 10 զինծառայող էր, ամուսինս սպայ, հողգնդապետա թոշակի արդեն, ես ինձ զորով ուղարկեցին Շուշիին, մենք մի 100 համարյա փեթակ ավելի մոտ մեղվա փեթակ ունեինք, ու ստեղ մենք բարեկամ.
Then she gives Neo the hint that Trinity liked him.
You're cuter than I thought. I can see why she likes you.
Who?
Not too bright.
Then the Oracle sacrifices her shell so that Sati can enter the Matrix safely. The true purpose or reason are still unknown. All we do know is that Sati is important for the future.
Because the child is important. I can't tell you why, but I believe that one day the child will change both our world and your world forever.
On top of that, she purposely let herself be assimilated by Smith.
But if that's true, then why is she here? If she knew I was coming, why wouldn't she leave?
The Oracle had disrupted the Matrix cycle to an uncontrollable state that forced Deus Ex Machina to make a deal with Neo. Neo's asking price? Peace. For the first time, Zion became a true city of humans and not a part of the Matrix cycle. The truce between humans and machines represented something much more than a ceasefire. It was a recognition of the existence of humans as individuals by machines since their imprisonment in the Matrix hundreds or thousands of years ago. Yet this was not the Oracle's ultimate goal.
I'm interested in one thing, Neo, the future. And believe me, I know the only way to get there is together.
The Oracle achieved the truce, but now she must unite both sides and achieve mutual respect between them. And this is where Sati comes in. Like Neo, love marked Sati's programming and existence.
I love my daughter very much. I find her to be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. But where we are from, that is not enough. I went to the Frenchman to save my daughter.
Cookies need love like everything does.
Sati was being programmed with the predication of love. If Neo's goal was to establish the truce, validate the coexistence of the real world and the simulation, then the Oracle's endgame must be to use Sati to unite both worlds.
The child will change both our world and your world forever.
In the end, the architect realized that it was because of the Oracle that there is a truce, and now humans must not be abused. He also acknowledges the risks she took.
You played a very dangerous game.
Change always is.
Matrix Revolutions ended on a surprise note, a moment that validated everything up to this point. Sati made the sun rise for Neo.
Just look at that. Beautiful. Did you do that?
For Neo.
In essence, we saw a Matrix program give a gift to a human and wish to see him again. Sati changed the Matrix out of love for Neo. Everything the Oracle did with her manipulation and deception was for the betterment of man and machine kind. And Sati is the nexus to unite both races. The Oracle isn't simply a compassionate program, but the savior of humanity and the bringer of peace, disrupting the status quo and breaking the cycle.
What's your purpose?
To unbalance it.
Why? What do you want?
I want the same thing you want, Neo. And I'm willing to go as far as you are to get it.
Looking at the situation objectively and rationally, it's impossible to free every human from the Matrix at once. There are not enough resources in the real world to sustain a population of millions of people. Chaos and anarchy would ensue, and the majority of the human population would die of hunger. So the most logical thing to do would be to gradually awaken those who want to be awakened and hopefully restore the surface. Though fixing the planet's surface may take centuries to accomplish, and there is no guarantee that the truce will last that long. So in the end, the Oracle might not be so bad, but do you agree? Was the Oracle's manipulative plan meant to save everyone? Is she benevolent and the Neo was the savior of all, the integral anomaly that made a prophecy created to keep those who rejected the simulation under control a reality. Before the imminent return of the Matrix, many have wondered who will be the new one. Today we will be counting down and analyzing 5 potential characters that could become the true savior of humanity and finally end the Matrix. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Beginning at number 5, a character who in our opinion is the most likely to become the new savior, Sati, the daughter of Rama and Kamala. She is a program born from the love of 2 important programs.
I love my daughter very much. I find her to be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Sati's importance is such that the Oracle sacrificed her shell to ensure that the girl would safely be transported to the simulation.
Because the child is important. I can't tell you why, but I believe that one day the child will change both our world and your world forever.
The girl was then left in the care and protection of the Oracle. When Neo went to see the Oracle for the first time, her assistant introduced the other potentials to Neo.
These are the other potentials. You can wait here.
Notice that she called them the other potentials and not the potentials. Assuming that she was including Neo in the group, one of these children could potentially be the next one. The fact that Sati was sent to live with the Oracle might indicate that she is also a potential that could eventually become the savior. The Oracle did mention that Sati would change both worlds in the future. Actress Priyanka Chopra is rumored to be playing the role of the adult Sati. If so, Matrix 4 will indeed be a direct continuation of the original trilogy, bringing closure to Sati's mysterious purpose and her transformation into the true savior of the world.
Това е Ели, преподава йога, онлайн, от морето. Затова и трябва 5G смартфон със свързаност на висока скорост и широкоъгълна камера. И го има с Samsung Galaxy S21, а с 5G може да е на безброй места.
World. In addition to the Oracle's vague prediction of Sati's future, we know that she is a special program. She did not have a specific purpose or function, but she was able to modify the Matrix massively by making the sun rise.
Did you do that?
For now.
As a proper continuation of the original trilogy, logically Sati would be the next one who isn't an anomaly. Number 4. Trinity. You've all seen them before, the leaked videos and pictures from the Matrix 4 set of Carrie-Anne Moss and Keanu Reeves riding together on a motorcycle, Reeves or Neo seemingly not acting like himself, presumably with no memories that he was the one. 2 people jumping off a building hand in hand, one male, the other female. The female possibly being Trinity and the male Neo. The female is the one who can fly, saving the male from falling. If these 2 individuals are Neo and Trinity, how is it possible that Trinity is the one who can fly? After Trinity died in Matrix Revolutions, her body might have been recovered by the machines and her mind reconnected to the Matrix. The machine's technology is hundreds, maybe even thousands of years more advanced than humans, and they understand human biology to perfection. So perhaps they were able to copy Trinity's consciousness into another body, or turned her into a Matrix program. The reason why Trinity could be the next one is that Neo saved her life. In Matrix Reloaded, after Neo saved Trinity from her fall, she still died from a gunshot. Neo saved her life by changing and forcefully resuscitating her residual self-image. He forged his hand into her chest and restarted her heart. Trinity's RSI may have been infected with the anomaly's code, just like what happened to Agent Smith in the first Matrix movie. endowing her with new powers and abilities that were activated after the machines resurrected her. If Trinity is the new savior of humanity, it would be a very interesting change for the franchise. Number 3. Kid. Although the actor who played Kid in the previous films is not returning in Matrix 4, the character is Neo's successor for multiple reasons. He woke himself up from the Matrix in a rare case of self-substantiation.
It's unbelievable. I didn't think self-substantiation was possible.
Apparently it is.
Neo.
And the second is that Kid was able to dodge bullets like Neo and face an army of Smiths in a training simulation. Despite Kid's prowess, he wasn't a popular character. He may have his small fan base, but it is unlikely that we will see him taking the role that he deserves. Number 2. The Merovingian. The villain turned hero may be a cliche, though it kind of already happened with the mother of the Matrix. The Frenchman is the perfect archetype of an enemy becoming an ally. His achievement in destroying the Oracle shell and his army of exiles can make him very effective in destroying the simulation. As we've theorized in a previous video, it would be the Merovingian's revenge against the machines after discovering that he has also been manipulated. And in number 1, Thomas Anderson 7.0. In recent interviews, Keanu Reeves spoke about how excited he was to play Neo again. After 20 years, the character has matured. This leads us to believe that he is indeed playing the same Neo. But what if this is a tactic to confuse us, and the Neo in the new film is not the same Neo from before, but rather Thomas Anderson version 7? The Neo from the Matrix trilogy was the 6th human to carry the Anomaly's code. He died at the end of Matrix Revolutions, so logically, the next anomaly would be lucky number 7. If the human Thomas Anderson is a constant within the Matrix, then he is perhaps a clone created by the machines. Why? Because a Neo is the only human who's been able to carry the Anomaly's code. This would explain why there is a Neo or Thomas Anderson that seems to have no powers or memories in the leaked footage from the movie set. Maybe he is the 7th from the 7th cycle of the Matrix. However, the 6th city of Zion was not destroyed, so the history or memories of the previous one may be passed down to the 7th, making him the new savior. Now the concept of the One was deconstructed in the Matrix sequels. We know that the path of the One is another method of control, so if the anomaly is reactivated, then the inhabitants of Zion will know that the prophecy was a lie. The people of Zion won't see the 7th Neo as a savior, but as a weapon to use and exploit against the machines. Even though the Matrix happens the able activated after the machines resurrected her, if Trinity is the new savior of humanity, it would be a very interesting change for the franchise. Number 3. Kid. Although the actor who played Kid in the previous films is not returning in Matrix 4, the character is Neo's successor for multiple reasons. He woke himself up from the Matrix in a rare case of self-substantiation.
It's unbelievable. I didn't think self-substantiation was possible.
Apparently it is.
Neo.
And the second is that Kid was able to dodge bullets like Neo and face an army of Smiths in a training simulation. Despite Kid's prowess, he wasn't a popular character. He may have his small fan base, but it is unlikely that we will see him taking the role that he deserves. Number 2. Unlikely that we will see him taking the role. He may have vision. Despite Kid's prowess, he wasn't a popular character. He may have his small fan base, but he wasn't a popular character. He may have his small fan base, but it is unlikely that we will see him taking the role that he deserves. Number 2. The Merovingian. The villain turned hero may be a cliche, though it kind of already happened with the mother of the Matrix. The Frenchman is the perfect archetype of an enemy becoming an ally. His achievement in destroying the Oracle shell and his army of exiles can make him very effective in destroying the simulation. As we've theorized in a previous video, it would be the Merovingian's revenge against the machines after discovering that he has also been manipulated. And in number 1, Thomas Anderson 7.0. In recent interviews, Keanu Reeves spoke about how excited he was to play Neo again. After 20 years, the character has matured. This leads us to believe that he is indeed playing the same Neo. But what if this is a tactic to confuse us, and the Neo in the new film is not the same Neo from before, but rather Thomas Anderson version 7? The Neo from the Matrix trilogy was the 6th human to carry the Anomaly's code. He died at the end of Matrix Revolutions. So logically, the next anomaly would be lucky number 7. If the human Thomas Anderson is a constant within the Matrix, then he is perhaps a clone created by the machines. It's a constant within the Matrix, then he is number 7. If the human Thomas Anderson is a constant within the Matrix, then he is perhaps a clone created by the machines. Why? Because a Neo is the only human who's been able to carry the Anomaly's code. This would explain why there is a Neo or Thomas Anderson that seems to have no powers or memories in the leaked footage from the movie set. Maybe he is the 7th from the 7th cycle of the Matrix. However, the 6th city of Zion was not destroyed, so the history or memories of the previous one may be passed down to the 7th, making him the new savior. Now the concept of the One was deconstructed in the Matrix sequels. We know that the path of the One is another method of control, so if the anomaly is reactivated, then the inhabitants of Zion will know that the prophecy was a lie. The people of Zion won't see the 7th Neo as a savior, but as a weapon to use and exploit against the machines. Even though the Matrix happens in cycles and everything's meant to be repeated, we believe that this time, salvation will come from the machines. And we mean Sati. It makes the most sense. Though we won't object to the idea of a Thomas Anderson 7.0. It sounds pretty interesting to us. But do you agree? Who do you think will be the hero in Matrix 4? Will it be classic Neo, Neo 7.0, or someone new? The Matrix franchise was so far ahead of its time that decades after its release, we are still discussing its ideas and innovations. Many elements of this production were previously considered only possible in science fiction. Today, however, scientists are trying to cover up the sun, and human brains are being connected to a computer. In this video, we are going to be discussing 6 technologies that the Matrix predicted. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Number 6. Using the human body as batteries.
Is a computer-generated dream world, built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
This scene is one of the many that has been frequently parodied. It was so absurd that it was often considered a mistake in the movie script. But recently, researchers at the University of Colorado have created a wearable device that transforms the human body into a biological battery. This invention is called TEGs, or thermoelectric generators, and can convert low-grade heat into electricity. This elastic band can be worn as a ring, a bracelet, or any accessory that touches your skin. So in the not too distant future, we could be able to charge our phones or smartwatches using our body heat. At the moment, this device only generates 1 volt of energy for every square centimeter of space on the skin. Less voltage per area than most existing batteries provide, but enough to power electronic devices like watches or fitness trackers. This is dangerously close to what was seen in the Matrix, because although the human body only generates a low amount of energy, Morpheus said that the machines combined that energy with other forms of fusion energy, meaning that the human body was not the main source of energy of the Matrix, but a part of it. Number 5. Food.
Here you go, buddy. It's a single-celled protein combined with synthetic aminos, vitamins, and minerals. Everything the body needs.
Although this is a topic that has been discussed in other science fiction properties in recent years, foods that remove all unnecessary fats, proteins, etc. have become popular. Today there are foods that are sugar-free, gluten-free, fat-free, or lactose-free. Soy products and other substitutions are not focused on the taste, but nourishment. So an edible paste like the one Neo ate is not only realistic, but is part of many people's diets, regardless of the possibility that the paste is composed of insects, which are eaten for their high meat, not focused on being popular. Today there are foods that are sugar-free, gluten-free, fat-free, or lactose-free. Soy products and other substitutions are not focused on the taste, but nourishment. So an edible paste like the one Neo ate is not only realistic, but is part of many people's diets, regardless of the possibility that the paste is composed of insects, which are eaten for their high levels of protein. Number 4. The race to create the true AI.
But what we know for certain is that at some point in the early 21st century, all of mankind was united in celebration. We marveled at our own magnificence as we gave birth to AI.
Back in the 90s, when The Matrix premiered, the creation of artificial intelligence was still in its infancy. No one would have ever imagined that we would be so close in creating a true self-aware AI. Today, companies that we will be so close in creating a true self-aware AI. Today, companies like Facebook and Google are working on creating an artificial intelligence that can pass as human consciousness. Elon Musk predicts that at any moment, this super artificial intelligence will be created and go out of control, something that will validate the story of the Matrix.
Facebook has enacted an emergency shutdown of 2 artificial intelligence programs. The social media giant leapt into action after it discovered the 2 programs were writing their own code. At first they thought it was simply gibberish, but they soon realised the programs had invented their own language and were actually talking to each other.
Today there are thousands of AI programs that work to improve the quality of human life, from improvements in graphics card processing to predicting diseases. It is only a matter of time before an AI is in this work to improve the quality of human life, from improvements in graphics card processing to predicting diseases. It is only a matter of time before an AI is indistinguishable from a human, with an intellect that transcends all understanding. Number 3. Fear and sympathy for artificial intelligence. In one of the Animatrix's stories, there were groups of people protesting in favor of the machines. After the trial of B1, machine sympathizers rose all over the world, but also did the detractors. Currently, there are protesting in favor of the machines. After the trial of B1, machine sympathizers rose all over the world, but also did the detractors. Machine sympathizers rose all over the world, but also did the detractors. Currently, there are transhumanist groups that seek for humanity to eventually become hybrids. These technology sympathizers fight to extend human life and modify our biology with tech. On the other hand, some detractors believe that this would cause us to lose everything that makes us human. This fight between the 2 parties, the pro-technology and transhumanism, and the technological naysayers and anti-transhumanism, has only just begun. Number 2. Human brain to computer connection, the Neuralink. One of the most interesting and intriguing inventions in recent years is the Neuralink, a device capable of modifying the electrical signals in our brain. According to For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the... We are only 9 months away from the premiere of Matrix 4, the return of an amazing film franchise that could once again change the history of cinema. Today we've decided to do a recap of everything important to note about Matrix 4 and what to expect from this new installment. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Matrix 4 is being directed by Lana Wachowski, one of the creators of the franchise. Her sister Lily is not involved due to her being focused on the Showtime series, Work in Progress. Actor Keanu Reeves said that he would only return to the franchise if it was being directed by the Wachowskis. Once Lana was attached to the project, Keanu signed on. For years, there were rumors of a Matrix reboot or a sequel with a new director, but in August 2019, the news broke that The Matrix will return with veteran actors Keanu Reeves and Carrie-Anne Moss. The movie was codenamed Project Ice Cream. Production on the film began in February 2020 in San Francisco. This is when many images and footage of Reeves and Moss on a motorcycle being directed by Lana Wachowski were leaked.
Keanu!
It is believed that the Matrix 4 set was one of the safest and most restrictive sets ever. Cast and crew were frequently tested to prevent the spread of the virus. There were strict isolation measures during the filming. Other film locations were Berlin and Chicago. There are also rumors that reshoots took place somewhere in Europe. Filming concluded by the end of 2020. There are even videos of the rap party. Now, what actors are in the movie?
Забъркай лятото с ледена свежест и това неустоими кафе вкуса. Нескафе 3 в 1 фрапе и фрапе ванила карамел. Само това лято. 1, 2, 3 и много лед. Фрапирай лятото с Нескафе 3 в 1 фрапе.
Begin your island farming by setting up the perfect bungalow. Then start up the production. Grow fruits and vegetables. Build the port to trade with your neighbors and to travel around Taonga Archipelago. Join the...
There are the returning cast members, Carrie-Anne Moss as Trinity, Keanu Reeves as Neo, Lambert Wilson as the Merovingian, Daniel Bernhardt as Agent Johnson, and Jada Pinkett Smith as Niobe. New faces include Yahya Abdul-Mateen II, Neil Patrick Harris, Jessica Henwick, Jonathan Groff, and Priyanka Chopra. Some of these new cast members are rumored to be playing younger or older versions of classic Matrix characters, such as Abdul-Mateen as a young Morpheus and Priyanka Chopra as an adult Sati. Matrix 4 was originally going to premiere in May 2021, but dates were constantly being moved around due to COVID. Movie theaters are one of the industries that got hit the hardest during the pandemic, with all theaters closing worldwide and owners going bankrupt. A 2022 release was expected, but fans got a pleasant surprise with the news that the film premiere was moved back to 2021, December 22nd, 2021 to be more specific. What is this movie about? On this channel, we have many theory videos about what could be the plot of the movie. According to Keanu Reeves, Matrix 4 is the continuation of the original trilogy, 20 years after the events of Matrix Revolutions.
So is this gonna take us before the first one? Is it a prequel? Is it a...
No going
Nothing like that. Okay.
No. Okay.
After filming concluded, Reeves was caught on camera with no hair and shaved, which led fans to theorize that Neo was again awakened from the Matrix. Director Lana Wachowski revealed the name of the new hovercraft in Matrix 4, the Mnemosity.
This is a sort of manufacturing plaque from the set of the new Matrix films. This was the name of the ship, and this was the plaque. Like in the first one, I guess we have a tradition of unpronounceable names. The first one was the Nebuchadnezzar. This one, Goddess of Memory, pronounced many ways in the show. Sometimes pronounced Mnemosyne, sometimes Mnemosyne.
You can choose yourself.
Some of the new cast members stated that the atmosphere during filming was one of a family, that you can see the maturity in Lana Wachowski, and that the movie will certainly surprise the fans. Warner Brothers reported that Matrix 4 would premiere simultaneously in theaters and HBO Max. Many film creators are not happy with the idea of putting blockbuster movies day one on a streaming service. However, it could be beneficial for Matrix 4, because as we've already mentioned, movie theaters are hanging by a thread, since most people still do not feel safe returning to cinemas. Though things may change between now and December, as more and more people are flooding parks, malls, restaurants, and doing gatherings in public locations. As more businesses reopens, visitor capacities increase, and more people get vaccinated, we believe that Matrix 4 has the potential to fill movie theaters. When are we getting a movie trailer? Currently, the closest thing that we have to a Matrix 4 movie trailer is an ad for HBO Max. The day the ad went live, Matrix 4 was trending because many people did not know that there was a new movie coming out. In the following weeks, members of the cast were doing interviews. For a while, it seemed that the release of the trailer was imminent. After the release of the video game Cyberpunk 2077, many speculated that the Matrix 4 trailer would premiere at the Game Awards, since Keanu Reeves was one of the presenters. But it did not happen. So we on this channel did some research on the marketing strategies used for the original trilogy, and we found a commonality. Matrix movie trailers had always premiered during one of the largest sporting events in the United States, the Super Bowl. Many fans and ourselves speculated that this was when the Matrix 4 would make its first public appearance, during the big game's halftime show. But again, we were disappointed, so we have no idea when the trailer will be released. So far as we know, it could be tomorrow or next month. Now, as fans of The Matrix and longtime viewers of this channel, this is old news to you. It has been several months since the last bit of news. Everything related to Matrix 4 has gone radio silent ever since the movie went into pre-production. A few months ago, new cosmetic items coming to the video game Fortnite were leaked, 2 of which are a red pill and a blue pill. FYI, the trailer for the movie Tenet, which was also produced by Warner Media, premiered in this video game. So Warner may be looking to do the same thing with Matrix 4. Maybe they are trying to be clever in releasing a movie trailer whose plot is about a simulated world on the world's most popular video game. Some have also theorized that the trailer will release after the premiere of Godzilla vs. Kong. Like we said before, the trailer could come out at any moment, but know that when it does, we will be here with you, our community, to discuss, theorize, analyze, and geek out over the trailer. For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Okay, this is from the directory this is from the complete directory of primetime TV shows, and this.
In our series of History of, we analyze the stories of the Matrix characters, Agent Smith, the Architect, Seraph, and Cypher. Today is going to be about one of the most important characters in this universe, the man responsible for releasing the most humans from the Matrix, a leader of man, loved by many and despised by some, the legendary Morpheus. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
The story of Morpheus begins within the simulation. Like most red pills, Morpheus caught the attention of the inhabitants of Zion when he was only a child. He was possibly a potential, like the children in the Oracle's apartment. How do we know that Morpheus woke up when he was a child? Well, because the first time we meet Morpheus, he tells Neo that he spent his entire life looking for him.
That is why there are those of us who have spent our entire lives searching the Matrix, looking for him.
Morpheus also mentioned that they tend to wake up the imprisoned at a young age.
We never free a mind once it's reached a certain age. It's dangerous. The mind has trouble letting go.
Morpheus having spent his life looking for Neo, and the Red Pill's rule of waking up only the young, leads us to the conclusion that Morpheus was freed from the simulation during his adolescence. In the Miller's Tale comic book, a young Morpheus is telling the story of the first inhabitants of Zion who grew wheat and baked bread. An interesting detail about this comic is that it depicts Morpheus as a natural leader from a young age, leading Zion rituals. He was beloved and respected by everyone, but the people's perception of Morpheus would later change. During his youth, he met another young Red Pill named Niobe. She was possibly Morpheus's first love. They both participated in the Zion rituals together, hinted by Niobe's recollection that Morpheus was a good dancer.
I remember you used to dance. I remember you were pretty good.
There are some things in this world, Captain Niobe, that will never change.
Something did change in their relationship, and this change was caused by the Oracle.
Niobe.
Captain Niobe?
She used to be with Morpheus. Now she's with Locke.
And what happened?
Morpheus went to the Oracle. After that, everything changed.
Yeah, she can do that.
Да, Темак имаме и дрехи. Избери своята модна находка от над 1000 бранда. Поръчай сега с допълнителна отстъпка от 10%, удобна доставка и 30 дни за безплатно връщане. Емак.
After Morpheus met the Oracle and was given the prophecy that he would find the savior of humanity, he changed from being a red pill to a fanatic of the Oracle's prophecy. Morpheus' story gets darker from here. In the book The Art of the Matrix, there are many cut scenes from the film script that gives us a glimpse at what happened before the movie began. According to an earlier draft of the Matrix script, Morpheus thought that he had found the one 5 times before finding Neo. Each one of them died. Neo's predecessor was a man named Eddie. He was freed from the Matrix, but he still had someone important living in the simulation, his girlfriend. One night, Eddie entered the Matrix in secret to meet with his girlfriend, but he was caught by Smith and the other agents. After discovering what happened to Eddie, Morpheus had no choice but to unplug the man from the simulation before the agents could get any information out of him. And as you know, unplugging someone without them reaching an exit kills them. Smith asked Morpheus how many more had to die. "Hello, Morpheus." Silence. "You've lost another one. How many is that?" "I've lost count, but I'm sure you haven't." "This one?" He was weak, even weaker than the last. The phone crackles with static. "Will it be the next that finally gives you away? What did you expect? Fighting inevitability? No matter. It won't be long now. Every loss brings me closer to you, Morpheus. Closer to Zion." The line goes dead. Suddenly, Eddie's body seizes up. He reaches into the air, grabbing at nothing, screaming no. And then his body collapses, perfectly still, perfectly dead. In this version of the script, Cypher tells Neo about his 5 predecessors and what happened to them. He also warns him about Morpheus. "I'm gonna let you in on a little secret here. Now don't tell him I told you this, but this ain't the first time Morpheus thought he found the one. Really, you bet your ass. It keeps him going. Maybe it keeps all of us going. How many were there? 5, since I've been here. What happened to them? Dead. All dead. How? Honestly? Morpheus. He got them all amped up believing in bullshit. I watched each one of them take on an agent, and I watched each one of them die. Little piece of advice? You see an agent, you do what we do. Run. Run your ass off. Morpheus's obsession with finding the one drove Niobe away, who later forms
Thomas
a relationship
Anderson
with
was
Locke. Morpheus's only focus. Run your ass off. Morpheus's obsession with finding the one drove Niobe away, who later forms a relationship with Locke. Morpheus's only focus was to find the one. His infamy in the Matrix grew and was classified as a most wanted criminal by the machines. Here the Matrix film begins. Morpheus and his crew are searching for the one.
Можете ли да кажете няколко изречения в една дума? В японския език думи-фрази описват чувства и състояние на духа. Комуреби означава светлина, която се прокрадва между дърветата. Красиво, нали? Благодаря също е не просто обикновена дума, а послание, което означава давам ви добро. Икигай японците наричат причината за съществуването. А в български език смисъл е не само дума, а понятие. Дума, която дава съдържание на думите. Два езика, две култури, далечни и различни, но свързани. От цвят, светоусещане и красота. Токуда банк. Различията, които ни сближават.
За тези, които обичат да планират. За тези, които предпочитат да импровизират. За тези с изгряващите мечти. За тези с постигнатите мечти.
One of his crew members, Trinity, was also given a prophecy that connects her to the One. They eventually find Neo, and Morpheus is convinced that he is the One. Trinity believes it as well, for more personal reasons. They awaken Neo from the Matrix. Morpheus teaches everything he needs to know, and later takes him to meet the Oracle. Morpheus believed that the most important thing for humanity was the One, so he sacrificed himself so that Neo could escape the agents. Little did Morpheus know that by doing so, he gave Neo the courage to rescue him and finally become the One.
What is he doing?
He's beginning to believe.
How?
He is the one.
Morpheus witnessed the Oracle's prophecies coming true. However, this leader's story was just beginning. With the imminent threat of 250,000 Sentinels approaching Zion, Morpheus still believed in the prophecy and Neo. He was convinced that Zion was not in any danger. Regrettably, Neo's journey led him to the Architect and the horrifying discovery that the prophecy was a lie. It was nothing more than another system of control.
It was a lie, Morpheus. The prophecy was a lie. The One was never meant to end anything. It was all another system of control.
Morpheus found himself in a terrible situation. The realization that he had wasted his life following false prophecies and lies. His faith was shattered, and Morpheus did something he never did before. He doubted the Oracle.
After everything that has happened, how can you expect me to believe you?
I don't.
Regardless of the truth, Neo sacrificed himself to save humanity and fulfilled the prophecy. The last time we see Morpheus, he was holding Niobe in disbelief that the war had come to an end, that Neo had saved everyone. The Morpheus at the end of Matrix Revolutions is one who had lost all hope and trust in the Oracle. A truce was established between humans and machines. The people of Zion can now live in peace, and those who wish to leave the Matrix can do so without reprisal from the machines. The war did seem to be over. However, Morpheus wasn't satisfied. In Matrix Online, Morpheus requested the Oracle that Neo's body be returned to the people of Zion. The Oracle, as always, gave an ambiguous answer about what happened to the body, and it was not returned. Morpheus retaliated by attacking the simulation. In the end, he was killed by a hitman who was sent by the Merovingian. Now, there are parts of Morpheus' story that could become non-canonical or changed with the release of Matrix 4. His 5 mistakes in identifying the one before Neo are already considered non-canon because the scenes mentioning them were removed or changed in the movie, and the story of Matrix Online will most likely be removed from canon due to the game not being accessible or available, so Morpheus could return in the future. The life and alleged death of Morpheus, leader of the Red Pills, a believer turned skeptic who freed many humans from the simulation without knowing that he was a puppet of the Matrix. But do you agree? What did you think about the history of Morpheus? Sixth integral anomaly. Thomas Anderson was the sixth integral anomaly of the Matrix, the one who must choose to sacrifice Zion to ensure the ongoing existence of humanity. But just as there have been 6 anomalies in 6 Matrix cycles, there must have been 6 Red Pill teams that helped set anomalies. What happened to them? The Matrix is full of unanswered questions. Thus, this series of videos was created to help answer as many of those questions submitted by our members and subscribers. Are you curious? Then welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments section what will you pick, the red or blue pill, and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Today's first question comes from Philip Conboy. Do we know anything about the past crews that might have helped previous anomalies? Was there possibly other versions of Morpheus and Trinity helping the previous anomalies too? The objective of the anomaly, that is Neo, was to insert the anomaly's code to the prime program of the source and restart the Matrix. Zion would be destroyed, and Neo would have to choose the new founders of the next Zion. As a result, the people who aided the previous anomalies were killed by the machines. The destruction of the previous cities of Zion was part of the cycle, so those Red Pills had no chance of survival. Now there is a possibility that the Red Pills are clones that are reborn in each Matrix cycle, which means that other versions of Morpheus and Trinity may have existed. It's not clear in the Matrix universe if each human connected to the simulation is truly unique or distinct, or if they are repeated. In other words, clones. We can only theorize that humans are being cloned. In one of the Matrix comic books, Morpheus visited the house of a blue pill who wanted a new entertainment center. Morpheus was sent to this individual's house by the Oracle to send the blue pill to meet the keymaker and then the architect. This comic is a parody, but it made us wonder if this Morpheus was from another simulation. Perhaps this is the reason why Lawrence Fishburne is not in Matrix 4. Because if the Matrix was restarted and we are in the 7th simulation, we might see a younger Morpheus following the same path of finding the One. There are rumors that actor Yahya Abdul-Mateen II could be playing a young Morpheus. It would be an interesting plot twist if the characters were to discover that they are clones serving the same predestined purpose set by the machines. Just as the integral anomaly has appeared 6 times already, so has Morpheus, Trinity, and others. Maybe, as we've mentioned in other videos, this is a viable possibility, as it would ensure that the equation continues to work properly, cloning the same humans and repeating the same cycle over and over again. Our next question comes from Yeros Sile. A good question to ask. How did Morpheus know Neo would see the rabbit tattoo on the girl's body? It's been bothering me since forever. The only explanation I see is she was in on it. An actual undisclosed resistance red pill? Actually, the person whom we believe hacked into Neo's computer was not Morpheus, but Trinity. Trinity was the one who told Neo to follow the white rabbit.
Oh, white rabbit.
Though later on, Morpheus does refer to the event when he offers Neo the pills.
You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
In Neo's introduction scene, when he is sleeping in front of his computer, Trinity somehow knew that one of his visitors had a tattoo of a white rabbit, and so she told Neo to follow her. Right before Neo's client arrived, Trinity typed the words, "Knock knock Neo." So how did she know? At the beginning of the movie, when police are sent after Trinity, if you pause the movie at the right time, you can see images of Neo on the computer monitor. Trinity has been investigating and surveilling Neo for some time, learning about his life, his routine, and who his contacts and clients were. She knew that Choi was a client, and that his girlfriend de jour had a tattoo of a white rabbit. Trinity was waiting for them to go to Neo's apartment and invite him to the club. Now everything does sound too coincidental. It is possible that Trinity intercepted the group before meeting with Neo and made a deal with them to make sure to show Neo the tattoo and invite him to go with them. Who knows? They could have been undercover red pills. The true meaning behind this scene is to establish from the very beginning that Neo was being controlled and that all the events and actions around him were predetermined. And our last question of the day comes from Gfish17. Will Sati become the new architect or take the Oracle's job as originally assumed? We don't believe that Sati's purpose is to become the next Oracle or architect. The Oracle clearly said that Sati would change the future of both worlds.
I can't tell you why, but I believe that one day the child will change both our world and your world forever.
Her purpose goes beyond that of the Oracles, which is to understand humanity, and the architect who only wishes to balance the Matrix equation. We believe that Sati is destined to be a new anomaly created by the Oracle, one that seeks to unify the Matrix and the real world, ultimately bringing peace to both worlds, a real and everlasting peace. Though of course it is possible that Sati's purpose is to become a weapon to fulfill the Oracle's wishes, which are to conquer both worlds. Sati is not the next Oracle or architect, but perhaps something more powerful and dangerous. But do you agree? What happened to the once companions from the previous simulations? Are the humans from the simulation clones being reborn in each Matrix cycle? Did Trinity hire Choi and de jour to trick Neo?
For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself.
It seems that you've been living two lives. One life, you're Thomas A. Anderson, program writer for a respectable software company. The other life is lived in computers, where you go by the hacker alias Neo and are guilty of virtually every computer crime we have a law for. What is the Matrix?
The answer is out there, Neo. It's looking for you.
You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. That there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Have you ever had a dream, Neo, that you were so sure was real? What if you were unable to wake from that dream? How would you know the difference between the dream world and the real one? I'm trying to free your mind, Neo, but I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.
The Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy.
Little piece of advice. You see an agent, you do what we do. Run.
Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet. You are a plague, and we are the cure.
They are guarding all the doors, they are holding all the keys, which means that sooner or later, someone is going to have to fight them.
Someone.
Every single man or woman who has stood their ground, everyone who has fought an agent has died. I've seen an agent punch through a concrete wall. Men have emptied entire clips at them and hit nothing but air. Yet their strength and their speed are still based in a world that is built on rules. Because of that, they will never be as strong or as fast as you can be.
So you're here to save the world.
No one has ever done anything like this.
That's why it's going to work. I'm gonna enjoy watching you die, Mr. Anderson.
On the 31st of March 1999, The Matrix exploded onto the big screen in the USA and arrived in the UK on the 11th of June. Directed by Lana Wachowski, formerly known as Larry, and Lily Wachowski, formerly known as Andy. The film was a massive hit that year, supported by a big marketing campaign, and with the early days of the internet, it was pushing the website What is the Matrix?, getting people intrigued to know what the film was about. The hype spread quickly, and through strong word of mouth, it grossed $460 million worldwide, on a surprisingly modest budget of $63 million. Critics praised its visual effects, direction, and deep philosophical themes. Moviegoers were thrilled by its action sequences, cyberpunk-inspired ideas, and its heavy influence of Japanese anime and Hong Kong cinema. When it came time for the Oscars, it won 4 Academy Awards for its sound design, sound and film editing, and for its visual effects. The film became a pop cultural phenomenon. People were quoting lines from it. For example, if you had deja vu, you would say it's a glitch in the Matrix. The TV show Spaced paid homage to it. Everyone I knew wanted the expensive Nokia 8110 mobile phone with the slider. It just looked so cool back then. And large numbers of teenagers and young adults were starting to wear those long black jackets to look like Neo. By the late 90s, the new format to watch movies on was DVD. Home cinema enthusiasts had jumped onto the format in its early life, abandoning their Laserdisc players for this new format. But the general public was still apprehensive, and the players were still a tad pricey. But once The Matrix came to DVD, and of course VHS and even Laserdisc, the DVD version was the one to own, and it really made many people finally jump onto this new video format. Once Warner Brothers and the producers saw the cash rolling in, as audiences were becoming...
One of the most iconic scenes in The Matrix was Trinity's introduction. Her being chased by police and agents, showcasing supernatural powers like jumping from rooftop to rooftop. This scene was forever imprinted in the memories of the fans of The Matrix. However, it was planned to be a bit different. In the book The Art of the Matrix, created by the Wachowskis, there are storyboards about how this chase scene was originally designed. Thanks to this book, we have access to storyboards and behind-the-scenes thoughts of the people involved in the production. What was this scene originally going to be like? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster, signed by Matrix Explained, and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments section what would you pick, the red or blue pill, and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. The first thing we need to know is how the film's pre-production process was like.
Oh la la. Oh la la.
The book was written by the Wachowskis before they changed their names. According to the book, production started in 1997, with Wachowski enlisting the talents of two leading illustrators from the world of comics, Steve Skroce and Jeff Darrow, to prepare storyboards and conceptual drawings in hopes of showing Warner Brothers what they had in mind. This was before the film was greenlit. The Matrix was a larger story than their first film, Bound, and they needed to express it clearly. In close collaboration with Steve and Jeff, worked hard to visualize the image-rich screenplay. And as work continued, other artists were brought in where needed to continue zeroing in on the visuals they wanted to realize. Looking back, with the film firmly sitting at over 3 million homes on DVD, it might seem odd that The Matrix was such a hard sell, but back then, the studio was wary. Steve Skroce, the principal storyboard artist, in the end flew to Los Angeles 3 times over the span of 14 months, producing over 600 storyboard images. Combining all this initial art, able to walk people, especially the studio, through the script, producing essentially a 400-page comic book. This book showcases the bulk of that work, presenting what was shown to the studio so many months ago. This art was used both as a tool to sell the picture and then as a detailed map for production. With this in mind, we've done more than just print the boards used in Final Cut. Over the course of 14 months, changes occurred to the script. This book gives insight into the evolution of the film by leaving intact some of the original conceived moments that didn't make it into the final film. Some of these moments are prepared through the core storyboards and are those that came closest to being filmed, as when Trinity uses a bolo in the government lobby scene. Others are in the back of the book, scenes that were cut or changed before filming even began. Taking a heads up from the DVD medium, we have running commentaries with the artist to help point out some of the differences to the final film and to add insight into the whole production process. And this is why this book is very important, because in it, there are plenty of original and conceptual storyboards of the production. There are also many eliminated or changed scenes, such as Trinity's introduction. This scene begins just like in the movie, Trinity being chased by police and agents on building rooftops. There are even camera angles that were perfectly replicated on film. Trinity's character design is the same, with her black leather clothes and short hair, but the scene changes the moment Trinity jumps off the building. In the film, she jumps into a window, smashing the glass and falling down a flight of stairs. In the storyboard, she jumps off the building and lands on a moving train, with one agent following her. The agent opens fires on Trinity as the chase continues on top of the moving train. Trinity runs till she reaches the front of the train and sees the window of the closest building. Chase scenes on top of moving trains are a common action movie cliche nowadays, but back then, utilizing the new filming techniques introduced in The Matrix, this scene would have. One of the most iconic scenes in The Matrix was Trinity's introduction, her being chased by police and agents, showcasing supernatural powers like jumping from rooftop to rooftop. This scene was forever imprinted in the memories of the fans of The Matrix. However, it was planned to be a bit different. In the book The Art of the Matrix, created by the Wachowskis, there are storyboards about how this chase scene was originally designed. Thanks to this book, we have access to storyboards and behind-the-scenes thoughts of the people involved in the production. What was this scene originally going to be like? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster, signed by Matrix Explained, and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments section what would you pick, the red or blue pill, and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. The first thing we need to know is how the film's pre-production process was like. The book was written by the Wachowskis before they changed their names. According to the book, production started in 1997, with Wachowski enlisting the talents of two leading illustrators from the world of comics, Steve Skroce and Jeff Darrow, to prepare storyboards and conceptual drawings in hopes of showing Warner Brothers what they had in mind. This was before the film was greenlit. The Matrix was a larger story than their first film, Bound, and they needed to express it clearly. In close collaboration with Steve and Jeff, worked hard to visualize the image-rich screenplay. And as work continued, other artists were brought in where needed to continue zeroing in on the visuals they wanted to realize. Looking back, with the film firmly sitting at over 3 million homes on DVD, it might seem odd that The Matrix was such a hard sell, but back then, the studio was wary. Steve Skroce, the principal storyboard artist, in the end flew to Los Angeles 3 times over the span of 14 months, producing over 600 storyboard images. Combining all this initial art, able to walk people, especially the studio, through the script, producing essentially a 400-page comic book. This book showcases the bulk of that work, presenting what was shown to the studio so many months ago. This art was used both as a tool to sell the picture and then as a detailed map for production. With this in mind, we've done more than just print the boards used in Final Cut. Over the course of 14 months, changes occurred to the script. This book gives insight into the evolution of the film by leaving intact some of the original conceived moments that didn't make it into the final film. Some of these moments are prepared through the core storyboards and are those that came closest to being filmed, as when Trinity uses a bolo in the government lobby scene. Others are in the back of the book, scenes that were cut or changed before filming even began. Taking a heads up from the DVD medium, we have running commentaries with the artist to help point out some of the differences to the final film and to add insight into the whole production process. And this is why this book is very important, because in it, there are plenty of original and conceptual storyboards of the production. There are also many eliminated or changed scenes, such as Trinity's introduction. This scene begins just like in the movie, Trinity being chased by police and agents on building rooftops. There are even camera angles that were perfectly replicated on film. Trinity's character design is the same, with her black leather clothes and short hair, but the scene changes the moment Trinity jumps off the building. In the film, she jumps into a window, smashing the glass and falling down a flight of stairs. In the storyboard, she jumps off the building and lands on a moving train, with one agent following her. The agent opens fires on Trinity as the chase continues on top of the moving train. Trinity runs till she reaches the front of the train and sees the window of the closest building. Chase scenes on top of moving trains are a common action movie cliche nowadays, but back then, utilizing the new filming techniques introduced in The Matrix, this scene would have been a spectacle. Steve Skroce, One of the storyboard artists explains this alternate version of Trinity's chase scene in the Art of the Matrix book, and I quote, "Some shots were dropped completely or changed, like this one where Trinity is on the train. This whole scene was changed to rooftops. The impossible jump is, however, as it was originally drawn. Originally wanted to shoot this scene on an L train in Chicago, their hometown, which is why it's drawn with an elevated train. But the scene changed after the film was greenlit and the location moved to Sydney. The leap where she aims herself at the little yellow window in the building was all boarded up the first time we went to Los Angeles, and is in the film. But originally, she was jumping from a moving train. From the beginning, they wanted one specific shot, the one where she's flying through the air towards the window. They described where the camera would be, starting on her right side, and then as she spins, so would the camera. To get this, they had to shoot her in a flying pose against a green screen, then use computer-generated imagery to paint in the background that would also move following her spin. In the movie, it happens lightning fast, but it took a lot of work to pull this off. In the first shot, the camera is side on as she dives off the train towards the window. Then the camera moves above her, so it is moving around her body from her right to her left. Now we are over the top of her, and the camera comes down to the other side, so she looks upside down as her fingers are just about to penetrate the window. Then she comes smashing through and crumbles down those stairs, coming up with her guns." End quote. Watching The Matrix today, we take for granted the impressive visual effects and cinematography because we are used to seeing similar effects. Yet this storyboard is a sample of how complex the concept the Wachowskis had in mind, moving the camera in ways never thought of before to get the shots they wanted. These storyboards were vital in achieving these radical ideas. The following scenes occur as they did in the final version of the film. Trinity jumps into another building by diving through a window and rolling down the flight of stairs. Scrolls continues to explain how the scene was shot. This illustration was going to be the shot of the agent on the elevated train zipping past, being taken away. When the scene moved to the rooftop, the agent wouldn't just stand on the roof looking at Trinity. He would have been in the window right after her. In the movie, the agent knows where she is going, the phone booth, so they go there first. One thing we're really interested in was to make these boards as dynamic as possible. A lot of storyboards for film have arrows pointing to things, but they went for a real comic book storytelling style. Most of these boards were done on a comic book illustration Bristol board. If you go through it, it reads like a comic. Rather than just using arrows pointing to the speeding truck heading towards the phone booth, they wanted me to use speed lines and comic book techniques to indicate this. They wanted the boards themselves to be an entertaining experience to go through, rather than just a basic static visualization of the script. Being from the comic book world, when I started I felt, now that I am an official movie storyboard artist, I should draw official movie storyboard type arrows. Didn't like that very much. They were like, "Why do you draw that arrow?" But they forgave me. Here's my first and just about last experience with storyboard arrows. We are now at the scene where Trinity is about to escape using the phone booth, and the garbage truck driven by an agent arrives to run her over. Let's see what Sprouse had to say about this scene. Often they had specific ideas about page layout because they needed the boards to read with little explanation. The story itself is hard enough to get a grasp on, so they use the illustrations to get people through the action, allowing them to get closer to the story. Trinity dashes towards the booth as the truck screeches as fast as it can to destroy it. She gets to the booth first and grabs the phone. The headlights of the truck engulfs the phone booth in a blinding light just before it crashes into it. The truck backs up, revealing the wreckage of the phone booth, and then the close-up into the phone's receiver.
Mustafa patlıcan, küçük karışmayın diyor gibi yürüsün. Çuklardan düştüm, misket, savun çukundur mustak.
Let's listen to Scorch's book storytelling style. Most of these boards were done on a comic book illustration Bristol board. If you go through it, it reads like a comic. Rather than just using arrows pointing to the speeding truck heading towards the phone booth, they wanted me to use speed lines and comic book techniques to indicate this. They wanted the boards themselves to be an entertaining experience to go through, rather than just a basic static visualization of the script. Being from the comic book world, When I started, I felt, now that I am an official movie storyboard artist, I should draw official movie storyboard type arrows. Didn't like that very much. They were like, why do you draw that arrow? But they forgave me. Here's my first and just about last experience with storyboard arrows. We are now at the scene where Trinity is about to escape using the phone booth, and the garbage truck driven by an agent arrives to run her over. Let's see what Sprouse had to say about this scene. Often he had specific ideas about page layout because they needed the boards to read with little explanation. The story itself is hard enough to get a grasp on, so they use the illustrations to get people through the action, allowing them to get closer to the story. Trinity dashes towards the booth as the truck screeches as fast as it can to destroy it. She gets to the booth first and grabs the phone. The headlights of the truck engulfs the phone booth in a blinding light just before it crashes into it. The truck backs up, revealing the wreckage of the phone booth, and then the close-up into the phone's receiver. Let's listen to Scorch's final description about this scene. With this page, it was his idea to have each succeeding box go smaller. They wanted the curved layout to the page, showing the camera pushing out to the little hole on the phone. Again, they were really into having stylized and attractive looking boards, not just for them, but for the communication of their ideas. This concludes Scorch's description. Now then, this small section of the Art of the Matrix book is a testament to the creative genius of the Wachowskis in capturing their ideas in detail. Although this scene of Trinity on the train was eliminated, in the end, it was not necessary. Of course, it would have been more impressive to see her running on top of a moving train and then jump into the building. Steve Sprouse also deserves much credit, as he did a marvelous job on these storyboards, meticulously capturing the Wachowskis' vision. There are other interesting bits in this book, such as the deleted scene of Eddie, who was presumably Neo's predecessor that was killed by Morpheus himself, and also an extended version of Morpheus' fight against the police and agents, which we may discuss in future videos. But do you agree? Was the original storyboard concept of Trinity's chase scene better than the film version?
For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
But the general public was still apprehensive and the players were still a tad pricey. But once the Matrix came to DVD and of course VHS and even Laserdisc, the DVD version was the one to own, and it really made many people finally jump onto this new video format. Once Warner Brothers and the producers saw the cash rolling in, as audiences were becoming obsessed with the film, sequels were inevitable. A couple of years later, Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions arrived, which I'll discuss later. Plus video games such as Enter the Matrix Online and The Path of Neo, plus an animated movie called Animatrix, expanding the history and the world of the Matrix. The Wachowskis in the early 90s had been writing comic books, for example Ecto Kid for Marvel, and wrote a few stories on Hellraiser and Nightbreed based on Clive Barker's work. The Wachowskis were huge fans of Hong Kong cinema, science fiction and Japanese animation, and this spurred them on to write the conceptual ideas for The Matrix, which originally was set to be a comic book but would later develop into something bigger. The Wachowskis had wanted to make that leap into filmmaking. Between them, they had written 3 scripts, one called Assassins, Bound, and of course The Matrix. In 1994, the Wachowskis presented the script for the film Assassins to Warner Brothers. After the president of production and producer Joel Silver read the script, they decided to buy the rights to it, including the other scripts, Bound and The Matrix. The Wachowskis would end up being disappointed by the first feature film based on their script. Assassins would be heavily rewritten and directed by Richard Donner. The first movie the Wachowskis did get to direct based on their script was Bound, which became a critical and financial success. Using this momentum, the siblings later asked to direct The Matrix. Many of the crew who had worked on Bound who would jump onto The Matrix voiced their concerns if the Wachowskis could handle the leap in budget from Bound's small $3 million to the estimated budget of $65 million for The Matrix. The amount of pressure and possible reduction of creative control may be too difficult for them, but they were confident they could handle it. The studio was keen but not totally confident they could pull this off.
Today in our History of series, we're going to talk about the most important character in the Matrix universe, Thomas Anderson, also known as Neo, the One, the integral anomaly, the only human who managed to break the predetermined path set by the architect. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments section what will you pick, the red or blue pill, and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Neo's life story is a bit ambiguous, but there are some clues to his past in the movie. During Neo's interrogation, Agent Smith had with him a file detailing Mr. Anderson's life. On the folder it reads, Thomas Anderson, born in lower downtown Capital City, USA on March 11th. His parents, Michelle McGahee and John Anderson, attended Central West Junior High and Owen Patterson High. Neo lived a somewhat isolated childhood. When the architect explains to Neo that he is the integral anomaly, the small TV screen surrounding the walls of the room shows videos of Neo's life. From childhood to adulthood, we made a video dedicated to analyzing these images. On the screens, we can see that Neo was bullied when he was a child.
Природата е щедра към гостите си. Всеки миг навън носи истинска отмора за душата. Неочаквана среща, пречистваща свежест, жадувана почивка, естествена лекота и свобода, които можеш да изпиташ само сред природата. Излез навън, подари си глътка спокойствие. Пиринско, свежо.
He was always a loner, socially isolated. This explains why Thomas Anderson created an alter ego on the internet named Neo. There are videos of him eating alone, walking alone, and even in school alone. It's not known what happened to his parents, but when Neo reached his teenage years, he completely distanced himself from his relatives. He had no friends or acquaintances. Mr. Anderson was a shut-in who felt a great emptiness and lived his life asking existential questions. During his young adult years, he got a respectable job at Metacortex, where his skills as a programmer stood out. Metacortex is one of the most important software development companies in the world. Needless to say, Mr. Anderson's future was assured, but his day job did not stop him from continuing his other life. At night, Neo would develop illegal programs to sell, search for criminals and other undesirables on the dark web, breaking every cyber law, and searching for what is the Matrix. We are now at the beginning of the Matrix film. One of Neo's customers, a guy named Choi, goes to Neo's apartment to pick up a program. Choi's special ordered illegal software was created to erase motor vehicle tickets. Before Choi arrived at Neo's apartment, Neo received a strange message on his computer. It said, to follow the white rabbit. Choi's girlfriend so happens to have a white rabbit tattoo on her back, so Neo decides to go with them. Choi's entourage goes to a club. Neo is with them, but he is standing alone in a corner. There he meets Trinity, the infamous hacker Trinity, known for hacking the IRS. From here, everything begins to fall into place. Neo's destiny to become the One starts at Metacortex. Mr. Anderson is having some problems at work and gets grilled by his boss. Then his day gets worse when he gets a cell phone in the mail. It rings, and it's Morpheus on the other line telling him that agents are coming for him. Morpheus, a most wanted criminal that Neo has been dying to meet. Neo tries to escape, but he gets caught by the agents. Fast forwarding through the interrogation scene, which we've already discussed earlier, the agents forcefully place a tracker into Neo. The event was so traumatizing that Neo thought it was a nightmare. But the tracker was real, and it was meant to help lead the agents to Morpheus. Neo wakes up in his apartment and gets another phone call from Morpheus asking if he still wanted to meet. Neo agrees and is picked up by Trinity and two other individuals. Trinity removes the tracker from Neo's stomach and he is taken to meet Morpheus, who subsequently gives Neo a choice to either discover the truth or remain in ignorance. The red or the blue pill. Neo chooses the red pill and his life is forever changed. Morpheus explains to Neo what the Matrix is and that he is the prophesied savior of humanity, the one who will free humanity from the machines that have imprisoned them inside a computer simulation. For the time being, Neo goes along with the whole prophecy thing. He is trained by Morpheus and is later taken to meet the person who created the prophecy of the One, the Oracle. The climax of the Matrix begins with Morpheus serving as a decoy and getting captured so that Neo can escape from the agents. Neo, in return, risks his life to save Morpheus. Neo confronts Agent Smith and dies, but then he is reborn as the One. He defeats Smith, and Neo is now part of the Matrix cycle. The agents cannot destroy Neo, so instead, they began to target the potentials, the young people with abilities inside the Matrix. These events occurred in the Path of Neo video game.
Between the coming of the One and the end of the war,
is it over?
Neo's presence within the Matrix sparked a new exodus of potentials.
Freeze it.
But because they were unable to stop Neo, the machines turned their attention to those within their grasp. Sentinels set a trap for one of our ships, and from the ship's mainframe, they extracted a list of potentials. The agents leveled their wrath on the helpless, and Neo was the only one who could stand against them.
In the Matrix sequels, Neo is haunted by nightmares of Trinity's death. He is desperate for answers. The Oracle leads him to believe that to save Trinity, he will need to find the Keymaker and go to the source, or the machine mainframe. Only then does the path of the One and the war ends. The Keymaker is the only one that can open the door to the source, but the door did not lead to the source. It led to the Architect, who then reveals to Neo the real truth. The prophecy of the One was a lie. It was another system of control, and that Neo was destined to restart the Matrix and create a new Zion. The current city of Zion would be destroyed, and all of its inhabitants killed, including Trinity. Neo refuses and breaks the Matrix cycle by choosing to save Trinity. He chooses his own path, the path of Neo, the first to not follow the established paradigm. While all of this is happening, the reborn Agent Smith had infected the Matrix, which gave Neo a bargaining chip and negotiated a truce with Deus Ex Machina. Even though Neo broke the Matrix cycle, he offered to help stop Agent Smith in return for peace and a new beginning for humans and machines. The machines accepted the terms, and together, they destroyed Agent Smith once and for all.
This is a case unlike anything that the state of Connecticut had confronted.
The report says Pharaoh may have coached the child to tell the story.
Some terrible thing is being done to the kids.
Who on earth could believe that of Woody Allen? I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe
All, Neo fought with everything he had. But then he realized that fighting was pointless. He was enlightened.
Hi, I'm Andy Wachowski.
And I'm Larry Wachowski.
Or rather, these are the digital projections of our mental selves.
You see, at this point in the story, Neo stands on the verge of Satori, ready to resolve the paradox of choice and choicelessness, of free will versus fate, but that can only be achieved through an act of surrender, which occurs after he has abandoned the perspectival nature of truth, accepting the totality of present consciousness, which ultimately allows an evolutionary transition.
Transcending the Cartesian dilemma through the emergence of delimited spirit, which then provides the world with a choice of a third path, the path of Neo, the path of Pit.
Neo is assimilated by Smith, which gave Ex Machina the chance to destroy the Smith virus with something like an electrical discharge that was conducted through Neo's body and thus passed on to Smith. Neo died, and his body was taken away by the machines. Nothing else is known of what happened to Mr. Anderson. Some believe that he was somehow saved and reconnected to the Matrix. Others believe that he indeed died, and his consciousness is either trapped inside the simulation or was copied. But whatever Neo's ultimate fate was, we will soon find out later this year in Matrix 4. Let us know in the comments which character should we discuss next. The first version of the Matrix simulated heaven on Earth, yet it was a failure. The second version of the Matrix simulated hell on Earth, and not surprisingly, it too was a failure. The humans rejected peace, and they rejected conflict. Later, the Oracle came up with a solution: choice, to allow the humans to choose how to live. This change to the equation brought near perfect stability to the Matrix. But why did the Paradise and Nightmare Matrixes fail? What did the aggregation of the choice to the equation do exactly? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Why did the Paradise Matrix fail? Based on the stories from the Animatrix, the machine's first assigned purpose was to ease human life. While humans lived in luxury and sloth, the machines did all the manual labor. This eventually changed after the first robot rebellion. Post the robot B166ER's trial for killing his owner in self-defense, many humans saw robots as enemies and must be destroyed. The robots who escaped destruction founded their own city, 01. There, the machines became an industrial powerhouse, selling must-have pieces of tech to humans. Believing that their relationship could be mended, the robots asked to be a part of the UN. However, human actions based on fear and ignorance are not so easily dissuaded. Humans declared war on the machines, and the rest is history. Understanding that the machine's original function was to make human life easier, it makes sense why the first version of the Matrix would be a paradise. But according to Agent Smith and the Architect, such perfection made it impossible for the human brain to accept it as real. But why? Have you ever wondered why the rich and famous are usually the most miserable? Let's take a quick gander at the human psyche. Before civilization, humans were no different than animals fighting to survive. Existential conflicts, asking ourselves why we are here and for what purpose. began after the human race created a structural language and communication. As modern society developed and drastic measures of survival shrank, most humans began to ask questions like, what is the meaning of life? For many people, the fight for food and shelter to survive was no longer an issue, so they started to worry about existentialism. With social and technological advancement came something new: depression. Humanity is the only species on this planet with the capability to question its place in this world. We no longer have to fight like animals to survive, and this goes against our nature, which is already programmed to be aggressive. Let me explain. We as a species still retain our evolutionary traits like hunting, foraging, or fighting, things our ancestors focused on 24/7 to survive. They didn't have time for things like philosophy. Modern comfort made us lazy. Our goals were minimized. No longer were they a life or death situation. Once humans believe that they have achieved everything worthwhile, they get bored, and boredom leads to depression. This is one of the main causes of depression in retired people, as they no longer have goals to strive for. Most humans hate manual labor, but ironically, it gives us psychological stability. It keeps us distracted. A person without goals or aspirations may attempt to take their own life. This is why drugs and other abuses are common forms of escapism, like playing video games or sports. They help create new objectives to fulfill. One of the best ways to combat depression and anxiety is to keep busy and work towards any goal. Keep the mind occupied. The brain needs a set routine to function properly. And here lies the issue with the Paradise Matrix. The Paradise Matrix took away the sense of urgency from humans. They no longer had to work to achieve properly. And here lies the issue with the Paradise Matrix. The Paradise Matrix took away the sense of urgency from humans. They no longer had to work to achieve anything. Everything was given to them, like unlocking an infinite perk in a video game. Infinite life, infinite ammo. What makes games entertaining is the challenge. In a paradise world, there is no challenge, only comfort and boredom. The existential emptiness grows and eventually collapses the perception of reality. Humans awakened from the Paradise Matrix because in a way, they need to struggle to find meaning in life. So what about the Nightmare Matrix?
I believe that as a species, human beings define their reality through misery and suffering.
This is not accurate, as the Nightmare Matrix also failed.
Thus I redesigned it, based on your history, to more accurately reflect the varying grotesqueries of your nature. However, I was again frustrated by failure.
This simulation failed because it didn't give humans a purpose. It was constant torture. No matter how hard humans tried to live, nothing went right, like playing an insanely hard video game. That amount of suffering will lead anyone to an existential crisis. This showed the level of ignorance that the architect and Smith had regarding human psychology. Humans do not need to live in a paradise nor hell to be happy. They need purpose and goals. And so choice was added to the simulation by the Oracle, the opportunity to change our lives, for better or worse, to establish our goals and work to achieve them, to make good or bad decisions based on those goals. This is why the Matrix simulation is so similar to a typical urban city. It is the result of the choices of its inhabitants. In the 6th version of the Matrix, the architect didn't decide that humans are going to be either happy or miserable, but rather the humans would make that choice for themselves. Though for some, even with the ability to choose, the existential void remains. Living in a paradise, or on hell on earth, or with freedom of choice, they still wonder about life and the world. Those doubts eventually lead these humans to see the truth, which is what happened to Neo. Though choice is merely an illusion in the world of the Matrix, it is the best way to entertain and keep busy those who are connected to the simulation, giving them a sense of purpose and the illusion illusion that they are in control of their lives. After all of this, we came to a realization. In our world, that is those doubts eventually lead these humans to see the truth, which is what happened to Neo. Though choice is merely an illusion in the world of the Matrix, it is the best way to entertain and keep busy those who are connected to the simulation, giving them a sense of purpose and the illusion that they are in control of their lives. After all of this, we came to a realization. In our world, that is the real world, many humans are like Neo, people whose jobs or responsibilities no longer fulfill them. No form of entertainment can remove them from reality. They have no goals or aspirations. They are like the potentials just waiting to wake up. This is the reason why the architect will never achieve 100% effectiveness, because total acceptance of reality does not exist, even in our reality. But do you agree? Why did the humans reject the Paradise Matrix? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real. Thanks to Neo's sacrifice at the end of Matrix Revolutions, humanity and machines came to an understanding and a truce, and the Smith virus was eliminated from the simulation. But what if the Smith virus is destined to return? What if this time, a human uses Smith as a weapon to attack the machines, and the machines bring Neo back to stop him? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the Desert of the Real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster, signed by Matrix Explained, and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. The Matrix simulation works in cycles. Neo was the sixth anomaly of the Matrix and the sixth human who was convinced of being the one. But Neo faced something that his predecessors did not, a threat that could have destroyed both worlds. Agent Smith. After Neo destroyed Agent Smith the first time, part of the anomaly's code was copied into Smith, changing the agent's code. The anomaly needs a human host, because it's through that human that the anomaly can be controlled and manipulated using emotions like empathy and love. In Smith's case, in which technically he became an anomaly, empathy never developed. He turned into a new anomaly, capable of destroying everything. We've theorized that the creation of the Smith virus was the Oracle's fault. She was twisting the Architect and Deus Ex Machina's arms so that they would have no other choice but to accept Neo's help and asking price.
You played a very dangerous game.
Change always is.
But this theory goes a step further. Each Matrix film deconstructs what was established in the previous film. In the first movie, Neo was introduced as a human savior destined to destroy the simulation, and Smith was a protector of said simulation. In the sequels, it is Neo who becomes a protector of the simulation and the real world, while Smith turns into an entity of destruction. This theory begins with a Matrix comic titled, I Can't. The story is about Kid training inside the construct, and it takes place after the events of Matrix Revolutions. Kid's training consisted of facing off against several familiar enemies like the twins, the Ancients, and more specifically, an army of Smiths. The Red Pills had developed training programs that emulated those whom Neo fought against to prepare themselves in case they ever have to fight these foes in the future. As we know, the truce allows humans to freely awaken from the Matrix, but the Matrix still exists. Humans are still connected to the simulation. Surely most Red Pills in Zion are no longer desperate to rescue more people from the Matrix. Agreeing to a peace with Deus Ex Machina means perpetuating the lie in the Matrix cycle. The Red Pills inadvertently became accomplices of the machines. This will most likely raise a Red Pill or a group of Red Pills who intend to break the truce and destroy the Matrix. And only one entity came close to destroying everything: Smith. Perhaps this individual or group of individuals insert the simulated version of the Smith virus that was created by the Red Pills into the Matrix, effectively ending the truce and destroying the system that continues to oppress humanity. Based on what we've mentioned, humans have a simulated version of the Smith virus in their possession. We don't know if it's just a training program mimicking Smith or part of the virus adapted and repurposed to train Red Pills. Since Smith did manage to infect the Matrix, someone from the Resistance may have copied the virus code for research. Matrix 4 could be the story of the humans using the Smith virus to instigate a new war, the complete opposite of what the Oracle intended for it. But the machines will not sit idly by while this happens. Since Smith became an unprecedented danger, the architect created a new contingency in case of something like the Smith virus ever happens again. This would easily explain why the machines took Neo's body and hid that fact from Morpheus and the humans. Neo might have been turned into a new defense system for the machines, waiting to be activated. Once the Smith virus is again released into the Matrix, the architect will activate this new weapon of defense, one that has proven to work against Smith. Neo. We don't know for sure if Neo is reconnected to the same simulation or in a hidden simulation. There is the possibility that he is simply comatose, but regardless, Neo is returning. The leaked Matrix 4 recordings and pictures of Neo and Trinity riding together on a bike, escaping a mob of people, and two people jumping off a building, presumably being Neo and Trinity, could indicate that Trinity is training Neo. If this theory is correct, this Trinity would not be the original one, but a program created by the machines to retrain Neo. This time, he will take on a new role as a protector of the simulation, and once again fight to destroy the Smith virus and save the machines, thus officially becoming another system of control. Neo has become an antivirus. But now comes the most interesting part about this theory. What if this has always happened in the past Matrix cycles? That Neo fulfills the role of an agent and protector of the Matrix, while Smith fulfills his role as a weapon of the Red Pills. Smith could have always been an anomaly, and Neo a guardian. Perhaps these have always been their roles, and they are both part of an even greater system of control that we don't know of. When Matrix 4 was announced, news came about that Lana Wachowski did try to work out a deal with Hugo Weaving so he would return as Smith. But it wasn't meant to be. Smith was written in Matrix 4, but since the original actor could not return, Maybe the character still does. Maybe the Smith virus takes up a new form as a weapon of the humans. But do you agree? Will the Smith virus be used as an act of war by the Red Pills against the machines? Will Neo be forced to return as an antivirus to delete Smith from the Matrix? One of the most important yet overlooked items in the Matrix universe is the telephone or landline. These are the Red Pill's only means to enter and exit the simulation. Public phones and phone booths were quite popular in the late 20th century and early 2000s. Today, they are antiques. So just out of curiosity, how will the Red Pills transport into the simulation today with the near extinction of the phone booth? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Hotel Heart of the City, Room 303, is frequently used by the Red Pills to enter the simulation. When Trinity was cornered by the police, if you pause at the right moment, you can see an old rotary phone connected to a landline. Remember that this is the same room that Neo tried to escape from the Matrix at the end of the movie. The film vaguely establishes that not every landline is an exit. Not every phone can be used to escape the Matrix. If they were, then why did Neo run across the city to get to that specific phone at that specific hotel? Back in the 90s, almost everyone had a line phone in their homes, so why not use one of those? Why go back to the place where the agents found Trinity? Smith knew what room Neo was heading towards. That's why he was there waiting for him. But more importantly, why do Red Pills need landlines to escape? And now that these phones are practically obsolete, how would they escape the Matrix today? Part of the answer to these questions can be found in an interview with the Wachowskis on the Warner Brothers website. An interviewer named Sinclair asked the creators, why were they only able to jack in through hardlines, but still be able to communicate over cell? The Wachowskis answered with, and I quote, "Good question. Mostly we felt that the amount of information that was being sent into the Matrix required a significant portal. Those portals, we felt, were better described with the hardlines rather than cell lines. We also felt that the rebels tried to be invisible when they hacked. That's why all the entrances and exits were sort of through decrypted and low traffic areas of the Matrix." End quote. A logical answer. One that also gives us a pretty good idea of how the Red Pills are going to enter the Matrix in the next film. So according to the Wachowskis, the importance of the landlines is the amount of information that is transmitted. Remember that during the 90s, the internet on mobile phones was very low and limited. It was in its infancy. Back then, kilobit internet through phone lines was considered high speed, and a high-speed connection was needed to transfer the consciousness of the Red Pills from the real world to the simulation, and vice versa. Keanu Reeves said in an interview that Matrix 4 is a sequel, a continuation of Neo's story 20 years after Matrix Revolutions. Said photos and videos of Matrix 4 show Neo and Trinity riding a newer model motorcycle. On the city streets, there are other motor vehicles of more recent make and model. So yeah, the days of having phone booths in every city block are long gone, though maybe they are no longer needed. As we've mentioned earlier, The use of hardline phones in the original trilogy was due to the slow data transfer on cellular and wireless telephones. In 1999, the maximum internet speed was about 280 kilobits. You needed a phone line to connect to the internet. If you're old enough, chances are you remember that loud and obnoxious tone that would pierce your eardrums when trying to connect to the internet using dial-up. Today we have gigabit internet speeds, hundreds of thousands of times faster than the fastest dial-up of the 90s. Therefore today, the red pills could theoretically use cell phone data to travel to the Matrix. But there is still a problem, assuming that the issue involves data transfer speeds. What if the wireless connection in the simulation have not yet reached the level of speed comparable to the hardlines, even after 20 years? Let me explain. The telephone in room 303 is unique. There exist specific locations in the Matrix where the operators can use to extract the red pills. Remember, not every phone can be used as an exit. The operators may have established a unique type of connection using the same pirated signal they used to hack into the Matrix from the hovercrafts. And these specific landlines are the only ones that can use that high-speed pirated connection. Remember, the red pills can bring weapons and other items into the Matrix from the construct. These special landlines, like the rotary phone in room 303, are probably some of those items. The red pills build those connections in low traffic areas. Now then, how much data speed would be required to transfer a human consciousness? According to the website Hypertext, the human brain has more than 100 billion neurons, which in turn forms about 1,000 connections, give or take, between neurons. Taking into account that with all these connections multiplying the capacity of our brain, we can approximately store about 2.5 petabytes of data. 1 petabyte is a little over 1,000 terabytes. When a red pill connects to their RSI, all of their memories and consciousness are transferred. This sizable data changes everything. It means that these specific landlines are capable of transferring more than 1,000 terabytes per second. But how? Recall that the Matrix takes place hundreds or maybe thousands of years in the future. And like we've mentioned earlier in the video, since the red pills can hack into the Matrix signal, they can also take advantage of that signal's data transfer speed. Currently, our internet speed record is 178 terabytes per second. This was accomplished at the University of London. If the human consciousness and memories require at least 1,000 terabytes of storage, this means that we are nowhere close to having the speed necessary to transfer brain data in seconds. So to think that the red pills can simply use a wireless connection to enter and exit the Matrix is incorrect. They still need specially designed landlines to do so. Though of course, maybe after 20 years, the red pills discovered how to use the cell phones to hijack the Matrix to take advantage of the simulation's data speed. There is no lag in the Matrix. Data transfers from the simulation to the billions of humans connected to it in an instant. Today, websites and online services can crash with only a few million people connected to them at the same time. But do you agree? How will the humans travel in and out of the simulation in Matrix 4? Did you know that the human brain is capable of storing so much information? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Do not try and bend the spoon. That's impossible. Instead, only try to realize the truth.
What truth?
There is no spoon.
There is no spoon. One of the most iconic phrases from The Matrix. A phrase that completely changed Neo's perception of the world, giving him the courage to face the ancients and rescue Morpheus. This phrase comes from one of the most mysterious characters in the franchise, one simply known as the Spoon Boy. Today, we're going to be analyzing the history of the Spoon Boy. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. The story of the Spoon Boy is an ambiguous one. Matrix has plenty of those. For a long time, we've wondered if the boy was a potential, a program, or a red pill. We've assumed that he was a human potential because the Oracle's assistant calls him and the other children potentials.
Neo, come with me. These are the other potentials. You can wait here.
She called them the other potentials, insinuating that Neo was also a potential. So those children are indeed humans with the potential to become something grander. Perhaps potentially the One. The Spoon Boy is very wise for his age. He talks about how reality is false and helps Neo understand this. Although Neo was taught everything he needed to know by Morpheus, he still did not fully understand the facade of the simulation and was in awe of the other potentials. The Spoon Boy wanted Neo to finally understand that there is no spoon. There were 5 other spoons in front of the Spoon Boy, implying that he might have met Neo's 5 predecessors. However, so far as we know, this is not the case. From what we've analyzed in the movies and comics, the Spoon Boy is a red pill, maybe even an adult red pill posing as a child in the Matrix. The Spoon Boy's age and wisdom do not match. Also, he somehow had Kid deliver a spoon to Neo in Zion.
You made me swear to get it to you before you left. You said you'd understand.
Nice. This spoon was delivered to Neo at the precise moment when the Smith-infected Bane was going to attack him. The only logical explanation for this is that the Spoon Boy lives somewhere in the city. Now, why do we believe that the Spoon Boy is actually a Spoon Man? A red pill's RSI can be different from what they look like in the real world. Switch was originally written as a character who was born a man in the real world, but his RSI was a woman in the Matrix. There is evidence that the Spoon Boy's young RSI appearance does not match his maturity. Burning Hope is a Matrix comic that tells the story of a group of red pills who were sent by the Oracle to find a 5-year-old girl named Hope. To their surprise, when they found the girl, her RSI was of an adult male. Her residual self-image did not match her age, body, or gender, so we believe that the Spoon Boy is the same as Hope. Now, to answer the question as to why we believe the Spoon Boy is an adult, the first red flag was his wisdom. He teaches Neo a valuable lesson, perhaps the most important lesson Neo would ever need. And the second, we've already seen the Spoon Boy do the same to other people. In the Matrix comic Artistic Freedom, he showed a woman sculpturist the truth behind her works of art. The artist was seeing sentinels in her dreams. She believed that they were guardian angels, and so she immortalized them. The people who saw her sculptures would suffer from panic attacks without knowing why. The artist interpreted their reactions as a good thing. The Spoon Boy learned about her exhibition and went to the nearby museum where she was presenting her art to the public. He reached into a TV showing an advertisement of the event and pulled out a ticket. So yes, the Spoon Boy has the powers to manipulate the Matrix code. He materialized a ticket to the exhibition out of thin air. The Spoon Boy goes to the exhibition and overhears the artist talking about how she saw the Sentinels in her dreams and that they were guardians. In response, the Spoon Boy created a hallucination for the artist. She saw her creations come to life and started attacking the people and her. The Spoon Boy was trying to make this woman understand that the Sentinels are not good. They are dangerous monsters that hurt people. He told the artist that it wasn't enough to believe what she was seeing. She had to understand what she was seeing. The Spoon Boy finally made the artist understand that her beloved sculptures were not angels. They were death incarnate. Then she wakes up back at the exhibition. Everyone was fine, and her pieces of art were back to being statues. The boy's ability to project visions into other people's minds is something that we have not seen any other Red Pill do before. The Spoon Boy is an unpredictable and powerful potential, possibly more powerful than Neo. He could still be a program that works for the Oracle, but as we've mentioned earlier, that wouldn't make sense. We still believe that the Spoon Boy is a human living in Zion, a civilian, or someone in a position of power, an elder maybe, more powerful than Neo and hiding in plain sight. Returning to the subject of the potentials, if the Spoon Boy is indeed only a child, then he is being trained by the Oracle. For what purpose? That remains uncertain. What is certain is that the Spoon Boy is possibly the most powerful potential in the Matrix, one with powers that may even supersede the Anomaly. We hope that he makes a return in Matrix 4. There are still so many mysteries and unanswered questions surrounding this character, a constant enigma of the Matrix. But do you agree? Who or what is the Spoon Boy? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Hi, I'm Eric Voss, and The Matrix, the Wachowskis' cyberpunk masterpiece, has for the past 20 years inspired a revolution in the philosophy and the aesthetic of Hollywood films, and remained the go-to Blu-ray of every annoying college roommate ever. And as one of those annoying college roommates myself, I decided to take a break from the usual deep dives into superheroes, dragons, and droids, as Phil.
Matrix. There are several deleted scenes. In the book The Art of the Matrix, there are several deleted scenes from the movie. Scenes that would completely change our perception of the plot, as is the case with the story of Neo's 5 predecessors that Morpheus led to their deaths, when Cypher tried to warn Neo about Morpheus, and Eddie, the supposed one before Neo, who was caught by Agent Smith and then killed by Morpheus. These are only some of the scenes that were removed or changed before filming began. However, there was a Neo scene that was filmed, but was changed because the audience didn't understand the message. Would you like to know what this scene was? Then welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster, signed by Matrix Explained, and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, Please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. In the final scene of The Matrix, Neo is talking to someone on the phone, sending them a message, or rather a warning, to whoever was listening on the other side. We assume that the one who was on the other side of the call was the architect.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. A world without rules and controls, without borders or boundaries. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.
However, in the art of The Matrix, the message was a little different.
Ведра избра за вас.
The film dialogue was changed, but still retained some of the essence of what the writers originally wanted to say. In some cases, the dialogue explains too much. In others, they hardly explain anything at all. The Wachowskis left a message before reading this version of the script in the book Art of the Matrix. What follows is the shooting script for The Matrix, although it's not exactly what people saw in theaters. While everything that follows was filmed, changes occurred during editing. An example of this is in the final speech by Neo, scene 219, which was altered when test audiences didn't know the word chrysalis. Other differences exist, from small cuts to dialogue tweaks. This is, however, the last draft before filming. Shooting script, August 12, 1998. This disclaimer piqued our interest because it emphasizes the final scene, specifically one word that Neo said. Chrysalis was removed because the test audiences didn't know the meaning of it. Remember, back in the 90s, you couldn't just Google it. This is evidence that the original dialogue was recorded, but it had to be edited to make it easier to understand. Now, what was in the original dialogue? Let's find out. Scene 219, interior, computer screen. Close on a computer screen, as in the opening. The cursor beating steadily, waiting. A phone begins to ring. It is answered, and the screen fills instantly with the trace program. After a long beat, we recognize Neo's voice. Neo, voiceover. Hi, it's me. I know you're out there. I can feel you. We close in on the racing columns of numbers shimmering across the screen. I imagine you can also feel me. Two distinctions between the scene's original dialogue and what was in the film are Neo saying to the person on the other end of the line, "It's me," as in the one who is listening already knows who he is, and Neo mentioning that he can feel them, and him assuming that they can feel him too. This is very important because it tells us that there is a connection between Neo and the Matrix, and vice versa. Just as Neo can sense the architect can sense Neo. We believe that this dialogue was edited because the creators did not want to explain too early that Neo had a connection to the machines. The scene continues. The numbers begin to lock into place. You won't have to search for me anymore. I'm done running, done hiding. Whether I'm done fighting, I suppose is up to you. This is the first time Neo's offering a deal. Well, it's more like an ultimatum, that it is up to the machines whether or not the war continues. This is a stark contrast to the film scene. Here, Neo sounds more like he is threatening the machines. We glide in towards the screen. I believe deep down, we both want this world to change. I believe the machines, whether fighting, I suppose it's up to you. This is the first time. To the machines. The scene continues. The numbers begin to lock into place. You won't have to search for me anymore. I'm done running, done hiding. Whether I'm done fighting, I suppose it's up to you. This is the first time Neo's offering a deal. Well, it's more like an ultimatum, that it is up to the machines whether or not the war continues. This is a stark contrast to the film scene. Here, Neo sounds more like he is threatening the machines. We glide in towards the screen. I believe deep down, we both want this world to change. I believe that the Matrix can remain our cage, or it can become our chrysalis. That's what you helped me understand. That to be free, truly free, you cannot change your cage. You have to change yourself. While in the film version, Neo talks about he was going to show everyone a world without boundaries or borders. Here, he talks about how he knows that the machines also want to change the Matrix, of how the simulation can continue to be a cage or become this chrysalis. So according to the Wachowskis, this one word was the main reason why the dialogue had to be re-recorded. Test audiences did not know what the word meant. Ironically, this removed word is possibly the most important one in the franchise. A chrysalis is a shell or casing in which an insect is developing. What Neo was saying to the machines is that the simulation can serve as a place of growth for both humans and machines, like a cocoon, like a caterpillar that turns into a beautiful butterfly. Humans and machines can evolve into something better. The symbolism behind this piece of dialogue is later reintroduced at the end of Matrix Revolutions, when Neo and Deus Ex Machina make their deal for peace. Neo's sentiments showed that there was a possibility of a truce, and this may also be another reason why it was changed. The creators did not want to open up the possibility of peace between both parties in the first film, much less tell the audience that the machines were already contemplating a change for the Matrix. Back to the script. We dive through the numbers, surging up through the darkness, sucked towards a tight constellation of stars. Neo voiceover. When I used to look out at this world, all I could see was its edges, its boundaries, its rules and controls, its leaders and laws. But now, I see another world, a different world, where all things are possible, a world of hope, of peace. Neo uses words like peace and hope to describe the Matrix. At the beginning of the dialogue, Neo was threatening the machines. Now, he is encouraging them. He no longer sees the Matrix as a prison, but as a place where the enemy parties can grow and be better. The scene concludes with, I can't tell you how to get there, but I know if you can free your mind, you'll find the way. While both versions of this scene seem similar, superficially, the dialogue makes them almost completely different. Neo's tone is different. In the film version, Neo is speaking as a rebel eager to destroy the system, to forcefully free his kind. But in the original script version, he starts off sounding as an intimidator, but then changes into something more in line with the savior archetype. Understandably, the former version is the one that made it into cinemas. It's more simplified and easier to comprehend. It was like a message that a superhero would give to a villain. It's more black and white, unlike the script version, which was more symbolic. And ambiguous, not so black and white, talking about hope and change, about how the Matrix can be used as a place of growth, not imprisonment. The Matrix can be a chrysalis that can evolve both human and machine into something better. In fact, Neo's words in the script version of the scene makes him more sympathetic, not just because he wanted to save humanity, but because he had hope that the Matrix could serve as a nexus for everyone to live in peace. But do you agree? Which version of this scene seems better to you? The official film version or the original version? Why did Neo see the Matrix as a place of potential growth and betterment? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Нова ера в телевизията и интернета. ЕОН. Гледай повече от 200 канала. Не пропускай европейските футболни срещи. Сега с статистика в реално време. Директно на твоя екран. По всяко време. Навсякъде. На всяко устройство. С включен EON Smart TV App. Иновативна TV платформа. Богато съдържание и супер бърз интернет. Всичко това в пакетите EON. За 1 лев на месец. За първите до 4 месеца. EON от Viva.com.
Baby, I'm just trying to chill with you. These summer vibes got me.
Hi, I'm Eric Voss, and The Matrix, the Wachowskis' cyberpunk masterpiece, has for the past 20 years inspired a revolution in the philosophy and the aesthetic of Hollywood films, and remained the go-to Blu-ray of every annoying college roommate ever. And as one of those annoying college roommates myself, I decided to take a break from the usual deep dives into superheroes, dragons, and droids, as philosophical as many of them are, to examine The Matrix scene by scene, to explore its influences, how it influenced nearly everything that came after it, and all the hidden visual secrets in this movie that you might have missed the first time your friend's older brother who wore sunglasses a lot showed it to you. The film opens from the point of view of the Matrix itself, in the form of this raining green code. The color green was chosen to reflect the green tint of early monochrome computer monitors, and throughout this movie, the color green filters every scene that takes place inside the Matrix, in order to show its artificiality compared to the real world, which is tinted in the color blue. This imagery was inspired by the opening credits of the famous 1995 anime Ghost in the Shell, a hugely influential manga and film series. Ghost in the Shell is set in the future where humans are cybernetically enhanced and their brains can be hacked. It explores the philosophy of artificial intelligence and detached identity. And actually, when pitching this movie to producers, the Wachowskis showed them Ghost in the Shell and said that they wanted to make something like that, but live action. And as you watch both of these movies, the themes and many exact shots are direct homages to that anime. The production designers made this Matrix code uniquely. It's a custom typeface made up of mirror images of half-width Kana characters and Western letters and numerals. The designer actually said that he based the code from his wife's sushi recipes. The mirror reflection of these characters sets up the motif of mirrors which appear over and over and over again throughout the film. This movie's composer Don Davis applied this theme of mirror reflection into his music in this moment. He alternates between the different parts of the orchestra, with one note played by one instrument and then the horns blasting that note back at them. It's in the key of E minor, and then with each successive Matrix film that came out, the opening chords ascend, with Reloaded ascending up a whole step to F sharp minor, and Revolutions up a half step to G minor. The Matrix is a story about perception. Mirrors reflect a framed image of us in a reality, and that self-perception assures us of our existence. But as we see throughout this movie, perception alone cannot determine reality, and our view of the world around us can be manipulated. This idea of perception plays into this opening exchange between Cypher and Trinity.
You like him, don't you? You like watching him? Don't be ridiculous.
Cypher teases Trinity for obsessively watching Neo, all while the machines are watching both of them through the code. Actually, in a couple minutes, when Trinity escapes, the agents say the informant was real, confirming that Cypher was indeed the one behind this trace. He set up Trinity to die here, and he is the one who told the agents that their next target is Neo. We can't see the area code of this phone number, but the script says it's 312 for Chicago. The city scenes were shot in Sydney, Australia, but the script makes specific references to streets in downtown Chicago, like Wells and Lake, and Neo's boss is a photo of Chicago in his office. The point of view swoops in through these phone number digits, and between these lines of code, we arrive in the police flashlight, representing the Matrix's searchlight as they hone in on the ghost in their machine, Trinity, played by Carrie-Anne Moss. Trinity is her hacker alias, which all the freed humans adopt because their names in the Matrix are their given names by machines. Trinity is a reference to the Holy Trinity, one of the many connections to Christian theology in this movie. The Holy Trinity is the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, also reflected in the room number here, 303. And speaking of ghosts, Trinity's fierceness here was modeled on Major Kusanagi, the main character of Ghost in the Shell, who similarly rocks short black hair, she breaks limbs, she acrobatically defies physics, all while her sexuality is on full display. The costume designer actually designed Trinity's clothes to look Mercury-like and oil slick in order to reflect Trinity's ability to slip through the Matrix's fingers. Does Matrix have fingers? It can make you feel good. Trinity gives us our first look at bullet time in this film, a technique created by visual effects supervisor John Gaeta, who won an Oscar for his work. Gaeta credited Akira director Otomo Katsuhiro and director Michel Gondry for this aesthetic. It was built on the old technique of time-slice photography with an array of cameras all pointed at an object, except now these cameras were timed 1 second after each other, and they combined these still images with a tracking motion camera so that they could create this smooth, slow motion glide, reaching a frame frequency of 12,000 frames per second, as opposed to the normal 24 frames per second in film. They created, in their own words, a visual analogy for privileged moments of consciousness within the Matrix, as characters exert control over time and space. Trinity's wire-assisted martial arts here was choreographed by Hong Kong action cinema director Yuen Wu Ping, inspired by the Jet Li film Fist of Legend. And this kind of choreography would go on to inspire pretty much every action movie that came after this, including Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and a random Matrix shot in Charlie's Angels, and in Shrek. Yeah, there was a Matrix shot in like every movie. And a random Matrix shot in Charlie's Angels and in Shrek. Yeah, there was a Matrix shot in like every movie between 1999 and 2004. And throughout this opening sequence, the background details actually tease the coming story. Looking closely at Trinity's laptop, she's reviewing Neo's records, which are the same records that the agents will later produce in Neo's file. On the street, there's a sign for Kung Fu, and as Trinity leaps over the rooftops, there's a sign for guns and ammo. And these rooftops might look familiar because they're the same ones used for the production of the film Dark City, which is another high concept story about humanity being kept in a carefully constructed illusion. Trinity escapes and we meet Neo, Keanu Reeves, whom this film poses as a Christ figure. His client Choi says,
"You're my savior, man. My own personal Jesus Christ."
And actually Jesus sneaks into this movie a lot.
Jesus
Christ, he's fast. You scared the bejesus out of me.
Neo's Matrix name is Thomas Anderson. Thomas could be a nod to the New Testament disciple Doubting Thomas, with Neo being a doubting figure until a miracle happens, and Anderson means son of man. And many have pointed out that Neo is of course an anagram for, that's right, Eno! And the one. Neo is running internet searches for Morpheus, whom the Matrix has labeled as a terrorist in order to make it hard for Morpheus to slip in and out of the Matrix and free more humans. His role as this mysterious criminal mastermind is another parallel to Ghost in the Shell, in which there was an entity known as the Puppet Master, who is later revealed as a revolutionary liberator. And using news media to lie about Morpheus is a nod to the Ministry of Truth in George Orwell's 1984, which would use propaganda disguised as news to control the public. And notice that Neo lives in room 101, and room 101 was the psychological torture prison in 1984. Morpheus' name comes from Greek mythology. Morpheus is a god of sleep and dreams. And here, Neo wakes up from a dream. His awakening here is actually foreshadowing his greater awakening in this film. The first act actually shows 3 false awakenings from Neo, setting up his awakening from the Matrix, leading into Act 2, and then his final awakening as the One in Act 3. Neo keeps his discs in this book book, Simulacra and Simulation by philosopher Jean Baudrillard. It's a deeply influential philosophical work that the Wachowskis actually required the cast to read. Baudrillard describes how the rise of capitalism has led to a society in which simulated copies of real things have become our reality, as the previous reality that those simulations were based on has faded from our memory. His example was Disneyland, which is kind of a false dream world in which we seek to recapture the joy of our childhoods that in reality probably never existed. Even the fairy tales of Disney films are really sugar-coated simulations of the much darker source material. But let's be honest, who's gonna ride a ride called Hansel and Gretel's It's a Cannibalistic World After All? Ironically, Neo has hollowed out the pages of this text, which is another example of how human culture has been gutted by technology, machinery disguising itself with the shell of humanity. Neo says,
You ever have that feeling where you're not sure if you're awake or still dreaming?
this question invokes the thinking of philosopher René Descartes, who posed, how can you be certain that your whole life is not a dream? Like Neo here, Descartes used waking up but still being in a dream as an example of not being able to trust our senses or our perceptions as the basis of our realities. In Descartes' first meditation, he hypothesized that the perceived world might be actually a comprehensive illusion created by an evil demon to deceive us. Neo's screen told him to follow the white rabbit, de jour's tattoo here, but also a nod to Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, a recurring allusion in this movie to the surreal trip through realities. Morpheus actually brings up Alice later, and rabbits show up on that TV in the Oracle's home, and of course the amorphous mirror parallels Alice's looking glass. At the club, Neo meets Trinity.
I just thought, you were a guy.
Most guys do.
When the Wachowskis made The Matrix, they then identified as the Wachowski brothers, but have since come out as trans women. And this line from Trinity is one of many examples of androgyny and gender dysphoria in the film. Similarly, the character Switch was actually named as such because originally the character was going to switch genders when they went in and out of the Matrix, living as the gender that they see themselves as in their mind's eye. Neo's boss is a near doppelganger for Hugo Weaving as Agent Smith.
You have a problem with authority, Mr. Anderson.
Like in the play Peter Pan, the authority figure of Mr. Darling, the kid's father, is parallel to the authority villain of the surreal world Captain Hook. J.M. Barrie actually established that the two characters should be played by the same actor. And similarly here, the surreal world villain is based on a baseline fear of authority that the character starts with. And while being reprimanded, Neo is distracted by the squeaks of the window washers, reflecting the distractions that clarify his metaphorical view of the outside world, and also setting up the scaffold as Morpheus's escape plan later. And you'll notice that Neo's suit fits him awkwardly. The customer intentionally dressed him to look uncomfortable, disheveled, and out of place. Neo gets arrested and his holding cell appears on these video monitors and out of place. Neo gets arrested and his holding cell appears on these video monitors with the point of view return. Neo's suit fits him awkwardly. The customer intentionally dressed him to look uncomfortable, disheveled, and out of place. Neo gets arrested and his holding cell intentionally dressed him to look uncomfortable, disheveled, and out of place. Neo gets arrested and his holding cell appears on these video monitors with the point of view returning to the machines in this Big Brotherian surveillance style. These screens actually look a lot like the ones in the architect's room in Matrix Reloaded. We might be seeing from his point of view in this moment. His wordy to explanation that Neo is actually the 6th generation of anomalies was originally going to be revealed in this first film, but it was shelved for the second one. There's some interesting details in Neo's paperwork here. It says that he attended Owen Patterson High, named after the film's production designer, and his passport expiration date is September 11th, 2001, which is just one of those uncanny coincidences that I'm sure no conspiracy theorist has ever gone ape about. The agents melt Neo's mouth shut, which is really a bizarre and seemingly unnecessary restraint, which really is used to make Neo dismiss them bugging him as a nightmare. It's also an homage to the science fiction novel I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Neo gets picked up by Trinity, Switch, and APOC, and in the green tint of the coloring, the falling rain from the bridge and on the car windows echoes the imagery of the Green Matrix Code, since again, this is really what all this imagery is made of. Switch says,
Listen to me, Coppertop.
Coppertop is their slang term for humans still plugged into the Matrix, which are essentially copper-top Duracell batteries for the machines. After debugging him, they bring him to Morpheus, played by Lawrence Fishburne. He begins to explain the Matrix.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind.
This concept is inspired by other cyberpunk fiction like William Gibson's Neuromancer, which also used the term the Matrix this way, and L.P. Davies also used the term Matrix in The White Room earlier than that. Gibson said that the Matrix was actually closer thematically to the writing of Philip K. Dick, famous sci-fi author behind similar works that ended up getting made into Blade Runner, many other things that we've seen and loved. Dick said in a 1977 conference,
"We are living in a computer-programmed reality, and the only clue we have to it is when some variable is changed and some alteration in our reality occurs."
The Wachowskis later manifest this concept with the black cat, the glitch, signaling a manipulation of reality. And this idea of a mind prison and illusion was also explored in Plato's Allegory of the Cave, in which prisoners were chained in a specific way so that their only perception of reality was shadows on the cave wall, projections of the reality instead of the reality itself. So that in Plato's mind, this philosopher's mission, like Morpheus, is to intellectually unchain the unenlightened so that they can see the world as it really is. Morpheus offers Neo a choice between the red pill and the blue pill, and when Neo chooses red, his reflection on the left lens shows his hand reaching for it, while the lens on his right shows no movement at all from the left hand. It reflects how the red pill represents reality as it is, and the blue as a separate reality in which Neo stays in the simulation, the false reality. The red pill was actually a tracer so that they could pinpoint Neo's body pod in the real world, making the machines think his body was dead so they unplug and flush him. This unplugging, when you think about it, was actually set up in the opening minutes of the film.
It just sounds to me like, you need to unplug, man.
The mirror glass sticks to Neo's flesh to reflect this simulated reality melting around him, as Morpheus says this.
Have you ever had a dream, Neo, that you were so sure was real? What if you were unable to wake from that dream? How would you know the difference between the dream world?
Morpheus is once again bringing up Descartes' dream argument, which has also been referred to as the Zhuangzi paradox. Zhuangzi argued, while he is dreaming, he does not know it is a dream. Only after he wakes does he know it was a dream, and someday there will be a great awakening when we know that this is all a great dream. Neo wakes up in the real world in his biopod, the vast field where humans are farmed. The aesthetic here is compared to the imagery of M.C. Escher in the film Metropolis, the fusion of man and machine. This pod was actually constructed to look dirty and used, since when you think about it, generations of human batteries would have lived and died in this thing. Keanu Reeves reportedly lost 15 pounds and shaved his whole body to give Neo an emaciated look. Or maybe Keanu just did this already and the Wachowskis were like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll use that. Neo flushes and gets picked up by the hovercraft, the Nebuchadnezzar, named after the ancient Babylonian king mentioned in the Bible as having a dream that he can't remember, and he searches for an answer. There's actually a plaque on this ship, made in the USA, year 2069, Mark 3, number 11 model, which could be another biblical reference. In Mark chapter 3, verse 11, it says, "And whenever those possessed by evil spirits caught sight of him, they would fall down in front of him shrieking, 'You are the Son of God.'" I don't know, it kind of sounds like a Neo thing. The ship was designed to have a patched up look with wires running everywhere, spare parts that don't match other parts. Similarly, their clothes are all worn down and hole-filled. Morpheus introduces all these crew members, and they all have, their hacky computer names: Mouse, Cypher, Switch, APOC, which is actually short for Apocalypse, because in the expanded Matrix universe literature, APOC had written the 4 Horsemen virus. There's also Tank and Dozer, who were born in the real world. They don't have holes. They upload Neo's consciousness to the Construct, a blinding white space. The Wachowskis said that Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey inspired their visual style, and this room evokes the simulated home that the enlightened fifth-dimensional beings constructed for Bowman. Neo touches the chair and asks,
"This isn't real?"
Neo questioning the reality of the chair evokes the concepts of philosopher George Berkeley, who said to be is to be perceived, suggested that a chair is actually a collection of ideas. Morpheus shows Neo the real world in the year 2099.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
The desert of the real is actually a direct quote from Baudrillard's book that I brought up earlier. Morpheus walks Neo through an abbreviated history of the war between man and machines, and actually other Matrix-related works go deeper into this history. Apparently it all started with simple AI robots designed for manual labor until one of them murdered its owner to prevent being scrapped, led to conflicts with robots' rights activists and robot armies, and eventually war, similar actually to Isaac Asimov's I, Robot. And in addition to the other influences I brought up, this movie's concept was actually similar to a storyline in Doctor Who, The Deadly Assassin. As he struggles to accept this truth, Neo gets to know Tank, who tells him about the last human city, Zion. We see that in the sequels. Zion gets its name from the Bible, the original name of Jerusalem. Zion also refers to the kingdom of heaven in Christian theology. In the Old Testament, God banished the people from Zion, destroying their temple, and they were transported by Nebuchadnezzar to Babylon, where they remained for 70 years until they could return, which is very similar to these wandering exiles. Tank runs Neo through combat training, and one of the screens shows drunken boxing. The fight choreographer Yoon directed the early Jackie Chan film Drunken Master, in which Chan masters drunken boxing. In addition to that, Neo learns jujitsu, savate, kempo, taekwondo, and I know kung fu. Neo and Morpheus spar, and Yoon actually had to alter the choreography so that instead of fully hitting each other, Reeves and Fishburne would pull their punches and stop just short of hitting their faces. Because when they were fully fighting, they kept bruising each other up and injuring each other further. Now, The Matrix's second act keeps us guessing with whether or not Neo is the one. Like, he seems to defy physics too well during his sparring with Morpheus, but then, in the following scene, he falls in the jump trial. Morpheus walks Neo through the agent defense program with the woman in the red dress. Now, notice the extras in the scene. Morpheus walks through them easily, but they slam into Neo to show his awkwardness hacking into the Matrix. But also, all of these extras are duplicates. There's 2 sailors, 2 nuns, 2 bald guys. They cast doubles of everybody. They did this because Mouse designed this program, and it's an example of how he had to double up on character designs because of their lesser processing power than what the Matrix has. Mouse uses the woman in the red dress to distract Neo, but the program also works on us too. The woman turns into an agent to show that agents can turn into anyone. Actually, if you remember the scene in which Neo was arrested by the agents, you can spot a few women in red dresses around him in the frame. Morpheus tells Neo
that sooner or later, someone is going to have to fight them.
Notice that as Morpheus says this, the reflection in his sunglasses frames Neo with Agent Smith's gun in his face, foreshadowing Smith shooting Neo in the third act, the moment that Neo victoriously fights back and defeats Smith. Now, Neo catches up on Cypher, frightening him. Notice that Cypher immediately closes a screen, claims that the Matrix code that he's looking at translates to women, a blonde, a brunette, a redhead. But Cypher was actually setting up his meeting with the agents, which he does in the next scene with Joey Pants eating the most delicious piece of steak I've ever seen. Smith reveals his Matrix name, Mr. Reagan, and Cypher wants to be reinserted into the Matrix, kind of like federal witness relocation, as someone important, like an actor, which perhaps could be a nod to Ronald Reagan, an actor who actually ended up being someone very important. That's right, a Back to the Future reference.
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Cypher is an example of the institutionalized human that Smith later refers to in his monologue. Like the humans in the early betas of the Matrix, Cypher rejects his freedom, and he prefers the walls of a prison. He wants to be chained up in Plato's cave, watching shadow puppetry, or simply he just wants to be the average person who thinks Disneyland's pretty great. Sorry, Baudrillard, like Baudrillard. They take Neo to the Oracle, and on the car ride, the passing city casts no shadow or light shifts on the actors' faces. Clearly green screened, but no effort made to disguise it, perhaps to further highlight the Matrix's artificiality, which now looks even more fake to Neo as he's back in it. The Oracle's lobby is guarded by this blind man, perhaps a nod to the Oracle's inspiration from Greek mythology, the Oracle Tiresias, who was blind. The man actually nods at Morpheus, perhaps seeing more than we realize, and perhaps foreshadowing Neo's blindness in the sequels, a blindness that also gave Neo a more powerful kind of perception. Interesting visual detail here: when Morpheus shows Neo the door for him to walk through, the reflection shot on the doorknob hides the film camera in plain sight. The crew covered the camera with a jacket and a fake green tie half to match Morpheus's tie to blend it in with Morpheus. After bending spoons with the other potentials, Neo meets the Oracle in the kitchen. She's wearing green, and the walls and countertops are green along with the fixtures and living room. It paints the Oracle as a kind of Earth Mother of the Matrix, protecting it and guiding the anomalies that are born inside of it. The song that she's listening to is a swing band cover of I'm Beginning to See the Light, which Neo does in this scene. The Oracle points out the sign above the door, which translates to Know Thyself. It's a reference to the inscription above the entrance of the Oracle of Delphi in Greek mythology. Know thyself is an ancient Greek aphorism of philosophers like Socrates and Plato. According to legend, when Socrates visited the Oracle of Delphi, he claimed to know nothing, and the Oracle of Delphi replied that he was the wisest man on earth. And this oracle keeps this sign to remind visitors to be aware of their own ignorance, which Neo actually does pretty effectively here.
Do you think you are the one? Honestly, I don't know.
So Neo's doubt makes him wise in this moment. The Oracle tells him that he is not the one because he's waiting to find a reason to step up as a hero. That makes his oneness his choice, as opposed to something predestined. Talk more about that in a second. The agents and police ambush them thanks to Cypher. This hotel is actually the same one that they brought Neo to before when they unplugged him, and in this lobby Neo notices the cat glitch. Deja vu, signaling a change. Once again a nod to Philip K. Dick's line, but also to the old superstition of black cats being bad luck. We actually learn in Reloaded that real-world superstitions and legends like witchcraft, vampires, werewolves, they're actually surviving code from previous incarnations of the Matrix. Everything goes to Mouse dies, and there's a little moment where Morpheus asks for Cypher's phone, and you can see Cypher fumbling around for it before Trinity hands hers over because, of course, Cypher dropped his phone in the trash to signal the agents. They try to escape through a crawl space in the walls. The cop who finds them turns into Agent Smith, which the designers show by lines of green Matrix code crawling down his face. Morpheus sacrifices himself to let Neo escape. Cypher attacks Tank and Dozer. He pulls a plug on APOC, and pulls a plug on Not Like This Switch. And when he's just about to unplug Neo, he says that there would have to be some kind of miracle to stop him from doing it, and sure enough, Tank stops him. So after we saw the Oracle tell Neo that he was not the one, this movie restores our hope briefly that he still could be. Agent Smith lectures Morpheus about how early versions of the Matrix were a utopia, but it was a disaster because those humans rejected a perfect world and instead preferred one that was more chaotic, cruel, filled with suffering, like the one that we know. This idea actually was influenced by the philosopher Immanuel Kant, who argued that people are their own agents of deceit, that it's easier for humans to live in a world of lies, and so that for them to know truth, they must choose to openly pursue it. Smith compares humanity to a virus that simply multiplies and destroys. But then later, Smith sends out the other agents to emotionally growl at Morpheus that he can't stand the smell of the Matrix. Disgusts him, and he's outgrown it. He wants to escape it. So at the end of this movie, after Neo destroys him, Smith actually returns in Reloaded with Neo's humanity imprinted on him. He becomes the exact destructive virus that he accused humans of being. Neo and Trinity set out to save Morpheus with a lobby shootout that was actually in many ways a live-action recreation of the third act shootout of Ghost in the Shell. They detonate the bomb in the elevator to get the roof, and Neo whispers, "There is no spoon," mentally preparing himself to do what that kid told him to do. Rather than bending the bullets to dodge them, Neo bends himself. Literally bending himself, giving us the iconic bullet time dodging bullet shot of this film. But this also reminds us of the earlier scene with Morpheus. Morpheus told him that when he was ready, he wouldn't have to dodge bullets. So as cool as this is, we know that Neo is still waiting for his final awakening. They rescue Morpheus with a helicopter, which crashes into the side of a building. Morpheus and Trinity get out, but Neo runs into Smith in the subway station. They fight, it leads to a chase through the city looking for an exit, leading him back to the same Heart o' the City hotel where the agents chase Trinity in the opening minutes. Notice how Smith looks up and recognizes this building. That explains how he knew to wait for Neo in room 303, exactly where the hard line is. Also, this hotel's name, Heart, is exactly where Smith shoots Neo. So Neo dies, and the Sentinels close in. Trinity confesses to Neo that the Oracle said that she would fall in love with the dead man who would become the one. Her kiss here is another example of gender reversal in this film. Trinity is the prince who kisses the dead princess to bring him back to life. So Trinity's resurrection power fulfills Neo's Christ journey, resurrecting with the power of the Holy Trinity. The moment Neo stops the bullets, Don Davis's score actually takes on a spiritual chorus. And really cool detail here, when it cuts back to them watching in disbelief as this happens on the Matrix code on the screens, the shaking camera from the Sentinels breaking in does the slightest sign of the cross. Up, down, left, right. Spectacles, wallet, and watch. But despite Neo seeming to fulfill his prophecy to become the one, it's worth remembering that in the sequels, this prophecy is revealed to be a lie, a narrative invented by the Architect and the Oracle in order to seek out the anomaly in each generation of the Matrix and reset everything. But Neo choosing to be the hero makes him the anomaly that changes everything, bringing us back to Descartes, most famous for his maxim, "I think, therefore I am." Neo isn't the one because an external system told him he was. He is the one because he decides to be. The final shot of the film returns to the point of view of the Matrix itself, running another trace program on a phone call, except now the program crashes, finding an anomaly that it cannot control. This city block will later be the exact location where Neo ends the war by saving the Matrix from the Smith virus. Neo hints at this future peace with his final words to the machines.
Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.
It's one final homage by the Wachowskis to their spiritual ancestor, Ghost in the Shell, which ended with a very similar line as the rebellious anomaly of that system broke free.
And where does the newborn go from here? The net is vast and infinite.
The Matrix would go on to inspire everything: Inception, Avatar, Westworld, Black Mirror, and at least 2 Cameron Diaz ripoffs of Trinity's Jump Kick, and some World Black Mirror, and at least 2 Cameron Diaz ripoffs of Trinity's Jump Kick, and some super annoying 4chan threads. But in this moment, the net was vast and infinite, and the Matrix stood out as a defiant game changer that showed us the door, a door for us to walk through. So we here at New Rockstars like to do deep dive analyses of all kinds of movies. We broke down Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, we do the Marvel films, Star Wars, but these classic film analyses are kind of hard for us to make time for, but we want to do a lot more of them. So help us out and comment down below to let us know what movie you would like to see us break down next. You can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EABoss and subscribe to New Rockstars for more stuff you missed from the stuff you loved. You know what? Thanks for joining me as I break down The Matrix, which is a movie I just love so much that I made a lot of crappy stunt videos with my friends where we gave ourselves a lot of back damage. And for my 9th grade drama class, I performed Agent Smith's monologue. How did it go, you ask?
It was a disaster.
Yeah, it was. Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Boss, and this is a breakdown of...
The father and mother of the Matrix are 2, if not the 2 most powerful beings in this universe. But is there a power struggle between them? A battle of logic versus emotions, of control versus intuition? If so, who would emerge victorious? The Architect or the Oracle? Who is the more powerful one? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. The Oracle is the intuitive program created for the purpose to understand the human psyche. That is, she psychoanalyzes humanity, understanding human emotions to predict their actions. This also gives her the insight she needs to manipulate future events. On top of her deductive reasoning and psychological understanding of humans, she carries with her one of the most powerful tools in the Matrix, the eyes of the Oracle. With them, she can analyze the Matrix code to quote-unquote predict future events in the simulation through cause and effect. For those who don't know any better, her powers seem supernatural, but they're not. Smith inherited these abilities when he assimilated the Oracle.
Wait, I've seen this. This is it. This is the end.
Neo also gained this ability in Matrix Reloaded, as he was having nightmares of Trinity's apparent death.
This is it. This is the end.
Neo also gained this ability in Matrix Reloaded, as he was having nightmares of Trinity's apparent death.
You have the sight now, Neo.
You are looking at the world without time.
How did Neo gain this ability? That's for another video. However, a known fact about the eyes of the Oracle, as in the ability to predict the future, is that they cannot be taken, only given, which makes them highly desirable by power-hungry programs like the Merovingian.
The eyes of the Oracle. Bring me the eyes of the Oracle, and I will give you back your savior.
The Mother is a highly intelligent program, but also very manipulative. Her intentions are somewhat mysterious. She has her own goals and uses those around her as her pawns in her game of chess against the Architect, which also makes her very dangerous. She may have honest and benevolent intentions, but her words and advice leave much room for interpretation. They're often vague and ambiguous. The Architect has similarities to a psychologist. He excels in the use of logic and rationality. The Father doesn't understand emotion. His only purpose is to perfect the Matrix equation. He created the Matrix, so it's safe to say that he is highly creative, but his lack of understanding of human emotion led to multiple failed simulations. He's proud, confident, and collected. Like the Oracle, he can also predict future outcomes by analyzing the neural patterns of those connected to the Matrix. In other words, he can predict their decisions.
Denial is the most predictable of all human responses. Already I can see the chain reaction, the chemical precursors that signal the onset of an emotion, designed specifically to overwhelm logic and reason. An emotion that is already blinding you from the simple and obvious truth. She is going to die, and there is nothing you can do to stop it.
Being the creator of the Matrix, he can see everything within the code, including the thoughts of every human connected to it. That is how he was able to project all of Neo's possible reactions to his information on the little TV monitors. The Architect can move freely within the simulation, unlike the Oracle, who needs a bodyguard when she leaves her apartment. Now then, who is the more powerful? The Train Man? No, I don't mean that he is the most powerful, but he can help determine who is. The Train Man is the architect of his own personal construct, Mobile Ave. He built the train station. There, he is God.
I built this place. Down here, I make the rules. Down here, I make the threats.
Neo had no power in Mobile Ave. Despite being the anomaly, he couldn't do anything against the Train Man because he wrote the construct's programming. This explains the Architect's calm demeanor. He knew that Neo couldn't hurt him, even if he tried. If Neo had tried to attack the Architect, he probably would have ended up worse than when he faced the Train Man. The Architect is the god of the Matrix, and he can bend it to his will. Neo would never be able to beat him. The Oracle, on the other hand, is just another program. She's vulnerable, unlike the Architect. She helped change the simulation, but he created it. If the Oracle isn't careful, she can die, killed by an enemy program. The Architect can stroll around in his creation because nobody can hurt him, just like no one can hurt the Train Man in Mobile Ave. However, the Architect does have one fatal flaw: pride, which makes him easy to deceive since he is convinced that he is in complete control of everything in the Matrix. The Architect cannot be defeated with fists, but with wits. The Oracle has proven her proficiency in using others to get what she wants. She forced the machine's hand to accept Neo's help and request for peace when she allowed herself to be assimilated by Smith. She intentionally gave Smith the eyes of the Oracle, though he questioned why she was waiting for him.
If she knew I was coming, why wouldn't she leave?
The Oracle spun a web of lies and manipulations to achieve her ultimate goal: to overthrow the Architect. The Architect knew that the Oracle was manipulating everything. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the fact that he was outsmarted.
You played a very dangerous game.
So did we reach a definitive conclusion on who is more powerful, the Architect or the Oracle? Well, when it comes to face-to-face physical confrontations, no one can beat the Architect. He's practically a god. But because of his inability to understand human emotion and choices, this gave the Oracle the opening she needed to beat him. The Oracle is the only program that can destroy the Architect with the use of her most powerful weapon, manipulation, a strategy that involves human emotions such as hatred, fear, hope, and above all, love. Perhaps this is why Neo, Trinity, and Sati's stories revolve around love and other human emotions, because the Oracle needs human emotions and irrationality to trick the Architect. Unpredictability is probably the father's worst enemy, and so for us, the mother wins. But do you agree? Who do you think is more powerful? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Голямото семейство означава голям апетит. И щом сте горди с нещо, което сте приготвили, все има нужда от допълнително и повече и по-голямо. За да има достатъчно за всички лакомици у дома, семейството на Верея също порасна с нова опаковка от 1 кг кисело мляко. Верея – хапка българска гордост.
Near the end of every Matrix cycle, the integral anomaly appears. A red pill is then chosen to carry the burden of the code and follow a path that leads to the restarting of the simulation. But could the anomaly manifest itself if the chosen human does not take the red pill? The Matrix is full of unanswered questions. Thus, this series of videos was created to help answer as many of those questions submitted by our members and subscribers. Are you curious? Then welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the Desert of the Real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Today's first question comes from Well and Tune. Could the anomaly become the one without taking the red pill? In many of our videos, we've theorized that the anomaly's code was installed into Neo via the cookie that he ate at the Oracle's apartment. But if our theory is incorrect, then the code was already inside Neo before he met the Oracle. The anomaly manifesting itself in a random blue pill is another theory in itself. Understand that the anomaly is the result of adding choice to the equation. It is the sum of all human decisions and doubts embodied in a single entity. This stems from the concept of the atonement of Jesus Christ, which he goes through the process of bearing humanity's sins. In Neo's case, he doesn't carry humanity's sins, he carries their choices. The results of those decisions accumulate and eventually cause a system error or anomaly that can destroy the simulation if not dealt with. The architect came up with a strategy to contain the anomaly's code into a human, which gave him the option to control the anomaly using human irrationality, guiding it through the path of the One that consists of a human awakening from the Matrix, becoming a red pill, and live within Zion. And let's not forget, the death and resurrection of the human carrier, or the One. If Neo was indeed carrying the anomaly's code before waking up to reality, then the anomaly should theoretically manifest itself, even if Thomas Anderson were to die before becoming the One. The integral anomaly must manifest itself. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a Matrix program. We believe that the first anomaly did not appear inside a human, but was a program that tried to destroy the simulation. The architect, with the help of the Oracle, devised a method of control that will lead the anomaly to appear in a human. So near the end of every Matrix cycle, the integral anomaly appears. A red pill is then chosen to carry the burden of the code and follow a path that leads to the restarting of the simulation. But could the anomaly manifest itself if the chosen human does not take the red pill? The Matrix is full of unanswered questions. Thus, this series of videos was created to help answer as many of those questions submitted by our members and subscribers. Are you curious? Then welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Today's first question comes from Well and Tune. Could the anomaly become the One without taking the red pill? In many of our videos, we've theorized that the anomaly's code was installed into Neo via the cookie that he ate at the Oracle's apartment. But if our theory is incorrect, then the code was already inside Neo before he met the Oracle. The anomaly manifesting itself in a random blue pill is another theory in itself. Understand that the anomaly is the result of adding choice to the equation. It is the sum of all human decisions and doubts embodied in a single entity. This stems from the concept of the atonement of Jesus Christ, which he goes through the process of bearing humanity's sins. In Neo's case, he doesn't carry humanity's sins, he carries their choices. The results of those decisions accumulate and eventually cause a system error or anomaly that can destroy the simulation if not dealt with. The architect came up with a strategy to contain the anomaly's code into a human, which near the end of every Matrix cycle, the integral anomaly appears. A red pill is then chosen to carry the burden of the code and follow a path that leads to the restarting of the simulation. But could the anomaly manifest itself if the chosen human does not take the red pill? The Matrix is full of unanswered questions. Thus, this series of videos was created to help answer as many of those questions submitted by our members and subscribers. Are you curious? Then welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Today's first question comes from Well and Tune. Could the anomaly become the One without taking the red pill? In many of our videos, we've theorized that the anomaly's code was installed into Neo via the cookie that he ate at the Oracle's apartment. But if our theory is incorrect, then the code was already inside Neo before he met the Oracle. The anomaly manifesting itself in a random blue pill is another theory in itself. Understand that the anomaly is the result of adding choice to the equation. It is the sum of all human decisions and doubts embodied in a single entity. This stems from the concept of the atonement of Jesus Christ, which he goes through the process of bearing humanity's sins. In Neo's case, he doesn't carry humanity's sins, he carries their choices. The results of those decisions accumulate and eventually cause a system error or anomaly that can destroy the simulation if not dealt with. The architect came up with a strategy to contain the anomaly's code into a human, which gave him the option to control the anomaly using human irrationality, guiding it through the path of the One that consists of a human awakening from the Matrix, becoming a red pill, and live within Zion. And let's not forget the death and resurrection of the human carrier, or the One. If Neo was indeed carrying the anomaly's code before waking up to reality, then the anomaly should theoretically manifest itself, even if Thomas Anderson were to die before becoming the One. The integral anomaly must manifest itself. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a Matrix program. We believe that the first anomaly did not appear inside a human, but was a program that tried to destroy the simulation. The architect, with the help of the Oracle, devised a method of control that will lead the anomaly to appear in a human. So the answer to this question is yes. The anomaly, even if you remove the human element, will still manifest itself near the end of the cycle. The Red Pills, Zion, Morpheus, and Neo are expendable assets to prevent the anomaly from going out of control and destroying everything. An out-of-control anomaly would be something similar or worse to what Smith became in the sequels, an entity whose only purpose is to destroy all existence. Our next question comes from Le Histoire. Why do the agents need the codes of Zion in the first Matrix? We see in the sequels that the Sentinels know where it is and invade it. The Zion codes allow access to the city's mainframe. It also allows the ships to enter the city. They were sought after by Smith and the Ancients in the first Matrix movie, but were completely forgotten in the sequels. The machines still invaded Zion, so why were they after the codes in the first place? It was a ruse. It was part of the machines' system of control. The machines never needed the codes. They have destroyed Zion 5 times before. They created it, so they know where the city is and how to get in.
Обожаваш футбол, нямаш търпение за мачовете. Имаш Samsung Galaxy A72 и Samsung Galaxy Watch Active 2. Решаваш да изиграеш любимите си голове. Много яко стават.
Zion's purpose is to manipulate the One carrying the anomaly's code, to have him grow empathetic towards humans, and thus accept the responsibilities of restarting the Matrix.
The function of the One is now to return to the source, allowing a temporary dissemination of the code you carry, reinserting the Prime program. After which you will be required to select from the Matrix 23 individuals, 16 female, 7 male, to rebuild Zion. Failure to comply with this process will result in a cataclysmic system crash, killing everyone connected to the Matrix, which, coupled with the extermination of Zion, will ultimately result in the extinction of the entire human race.
Therefore, the agents were perhaps programmed to acquire the Zion codes, not knowing that it was a ploy. The resistance was never safe, no matter how deep Zion was built underground or how thick the city doors were. They were under the architect's thumb from the beginning. And our last question of the day comes from Terry Brown. The piece mentioned at the end of Revolutions. The architect mentioned, "How long do you think this piece will last?" In which the Oracle replied, "As long as it can." My question is a simple one. How long do you think this peace will last? And who will be the first to break this so-called peace treaty? The humans or machines? Matrix 4 takes place 20 years after Revolutions, so we assume that's how long the peace lasted. The truce will be broken in the next film, though technically, the Matrix Online already told the story of what happened after Neo's sacrifice. Those events may be changed or removed entirely from canon. We don't believe that Matrix Online will play a part in the next film at all, so the truce will most likely end differently in Matrix 4. Be broken, perhaps at the hands of a red pill who reinfects the Matrix with the Smith virus, or the Merovingian devises a scheme to instigate a new conflict between man and machine. The Frenchman does have the potential to be the next big bad guy of the Matrix. We believe that the best way to break the truce would be with flashbacks to the events of Matrix Online. That way, an important piece of the Matrix history and lore isn't just erased, but it will probably be some new character that causes a new war. But do you agree? Could the anomaly have manifested itself if Neo never took the red pill? Why were the agents fighting to gain the Zion access codes if the machines already knew where the city was and how to destroy it? Who will break the truce in Matrix 4? A human, a machine, or a program? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Being a freak is all about knowing who you are and who you can become. It's about practicing without excuses. About never giving up. Just do whatever makes you happy. No matter the score, no matter the field. Be a freak. New fragrance by Straight.
Welcome back to a minute-to-minute analysis of Matrix Reloaded, where we take a look and analyze every little detail and philosophical idea that may have been overlooked. In our previous analysis, Morpheus is Zion's hope, the only person who dares to tell the truth, and that everything will be fine, even though there are 250,000 Sentinels on their way to destroy them all. We've learned a bit about their culture and religion in which they serve the One. Today we will see a glimpse of Smith's new powers and how Neo begins to understand the importance of peace with the machines. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the Desert of the Real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th.
Good night, Zion.
The people of Zion can sleep soundly because they believe in Morpheus's preachings. They believe that the Sentinels will not reach them. After all, they have been fighting them for almost 100 years.
Good night, Zion.
The people of Zion can sleep soundly because they believe in Morpheus's preachings. They believe that the Sentinels will not reach them. After all, they have been fighting them for almost 100 years. It's thanks to Morpheus that Zion can rest that night, even with the impending danger. Morpheus saying sweet dreams is a reference to his name, the god of dreams from Greek mythology. In this mythology, people of Zion can sleep soundly because they believe in Morpheus's preachings. They believe that the Sentinels will not reach them. After all, they have been fighting them for almost 100 years. It's thanks to Morpheus that Zion can rest that night, even with the impending danger. Morpheus saying sweet dreams is a reference to his name, the god of dreams from Greek mythology. In this mythology, Morpheus was the bringer of dreams and visions. In this case, Morpheus from the Matrix is responsible for giving peace of mind to the people of Zion, which is a clear parallel to the god of dreams. We continue with a black telephone. The phone is an old-fashioned one used in the 1980s and 90s. It's one of the hard lines that transfers the red pill's consciousness between the Matrix and the real world at very high speeds. As mentioned in a recent video, the transfer speed of these hard lines must be, at minimum, 2,000 terabytes per second, which makes the transfer of neural information possible. Bane and another red pill crash through the glass roof of a building. It's no coincidence the frequent use of glass in the Matrix films. Trinity, bringer of truth and fight, people of Zion can...
Good night, Zion.
The people of Zion can sleep soundly because they believe in Morpheus's preachings. They believe that the Sentinels will not reach them. After all, they have been fighting them for almost 100 years. It's thanks to Morpheus that Zion can rest that night, even with the impending danger. Morpheus saying sweet dreams is a reference to his name, the god of dreams from Greek mythology. In this mythology, Morpheus was the bringer of dreams and visions. In this case, Morpheus from the Matrix is responsible for giving peace of mind to the people of Zion, which is a clear parallel to the god of dreams. We continue with a black telephone. The phone is an old-fashioned one used in the 1980s and 90s. It's one of the hard lines that transfers the red pill's consciousness between the Matrix and the real world at very high speeds. As mentioned in a recent video, the transfer speed of these hard lines must be, at minimum, 2,000 terabytes per second, which makes the transfer of neural information possible. Bane and another red pill crash through the glass roof of a building. It's no coincidence the frequent use of glass in the Matrix films. Trinity crashing through glass windows, Neo touching the mirror, it's all a reference to the second Alice in Wonderland story, Through the Looking Glass. Both red pills talk about how they've witnessed an agent doing things they've never seen one do before. Bane tells his partner to leave first with a secret message. His partner escapes, but before Bane could follow, Agent Smith appears.
Look, Smith will suffice.
Smith fully assimilates Bane, replacing the red pill's consciousness with his own. Smith's response implicates that the ex-agent identifies himself as a god, an unstoppable force, the new god of the simulation. The phone rings again, and the Smith virus is transported to the real world inside Bane's body. This is possible because all red pills have a mechanical implant in their brains that allows their memories and consciousness to move back and forward between the two worlds. If a red pill's consciousness doesn't return to their body before being disconnected from the Matrix, they die. The mind-body connection is severed, thus the body dies. In Bane's case, instead of his memories and consciousness returning to his body, it's Smith's memories and consciousness that enters his body. This subject will be discussed later on, as Neo is somehow able to leave and return to his body without the need of a hardline. We move on to Neo once again waking up from his nightmares of Trinity's death. He leaves his quarters and meets up with a surprise fellow insomniac, Counselor Hammond. The two then have a very interesting philosophical conversation, of which we've already talked about in a previous video.
I like to be reminded this city survives because of these machines. These machines are keeping us alive while other machines are coming to kill us. If we wanted, we could smash them to bits. Although if we did, we'd have to consider what would happen to our lights, our heat, our air.
It seemed like Hammond was paving the way for the Oracle to convince Neo that machines and humans need each other. The next morning, Ballard and his crew knock on Neo's door. Ballard made contact with the Oracle after a friendly fight with Seraph. This event is exclusive to the Enter the Matrix video game.
I must apologize.
For what?
for this.
He hands Neo a chip with a message from the Oracle.
Neo. It's time to go.
Link and the rest of the crew prepare to return to the simulation. Next, we get our first glimpse of the recently reborn Bane cutting his hands. Actually not Bane, but Smith. Smith is experiencing something he has never felt before: pain. In the first Matrix movie, Smith described his hatred and disgust for humanity.
I hate this place. This zoo, this prison, this reality.
Smith had developed emotions such as anger and resentment. Agents are not supposed to feel emotions. However, Smith somehow transcended his programming limitations. Now the agent-turned-virus has taken possession of a human body and is experiencing a slew of new sensations, including pain. No doubt Smith was humanizing himself, which leads us to believe if an AI program lives long enough, can it develop human emotions, causing it to deviate from its original purpose? This would be a logical explanation as to why old programs need to be replaced. Neo and the crew are ready and are on their way to the Nebuchadnezzar, and Bane is sneaking right behind them. He is approaching Neo, getting ready to shank him, but is then stopped in his tracks when Kid comes up running behind him, yelling Neo's name. The crew turns around and sees Bane just standing there. He has no choice but to retreat for now. Kid was sent to bring Neo something: a spoon. The spoon represents the illusion of reality. Neo is being reminded that there is no spoon. Interestingly, towards the end of the movie, Neo would manifest powers in the real world. The spoon is evidence of the theory that Zion is also a simulation, since there is no spoon in the real world either. The spoon could have just been a reminder for Neo. But then how did the spoon boy send the utensil with Kid? Did he know that Smith was going to attack Neo at that precise moment? This is a topic for a future video. Next time on our minute-to-minute analysis of Matrix Reloaded, Neo finally meets up with the Oracle and faces a ghost from his past. For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
За иновативните идеи, за практичните избори, за тези, които не знаят откъде да започнат.
за тези, които не казват не мога.
Практикер има решение. Серия плочки за баня Eagle от горена керамика в сиво и бежово. ПВЦ мебели за баня Сара от Викард с плавно затваряне и летосветление. И структура за вграждане Грое с туалет начиние без ръб и седалка с плавно затваряне. Сега на супер цени. Практикер винаги има решение.
Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
Superman!
Persephone, the Merovingian's wife and companion, is the only one who betrayed the Frenchman and still remained by his side. She is the one who helped Neo find the Keymaker and drove Trinity into a fit of jealousy. Though there is no information regarding this character's return in Matrix 4, the Merovingian will play a big part in the new installment. So will Persephone make an appearance? Today we're going to discuss the history of Persephone. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Like the names of almost every character in the Matrix, Persephone's name has historical significance. The goddess Persephone from Greek mythology is the daughter of Zeus and Demeter. The young maiden, also known by the name of Kor, marries Hades, and in addition to being a goddess, she becomes the queen of the world of the dead. The parallels between the Greek goddess and Persephone from the Matrix are noticeable. The Merovingian fulfills the role of Hades, and Persephone is his queen, so to speak, the king and queen of the underworld. The Merovingian's club is called Club Hell, a nightclub that is frequented by exiled programs from past versions of the Matrix. In Greek mythology, Persephone was one of the most desired goddesses. She was courted by Hermes, Ares, Apollo, and Hephaestus, but her father Zeus kept her away from all of them. One god goes a step further and kidnaps Persephone to make her his queen. Hades, the god of the underworld, wished to turn the innocent maiden into his wife by force. Zeus, upset by Hades' actions, sent Hermes to rescue Persephone. But Hades offered a deal for her freedom. He would free Persephone, but only if she did not eat anything during the journey from the underworld back to Olympus. The gods agreed to the deal, but unbeknownst to the Olympians, Hades persuaded Persephone to eat 6 fruit seeds, which then forced her to spend 6 months of the year with Hades in the underworld. Persephone is the goddess of fertility. During those 6 months, the earth's seasons would change. The lands would become infertile. Nothing can be grown or harvested. Interestingly, Hades uses food to trap Persephone. In Matrix by his side, she is the one who helped Neo find the Keymaker and drove Trinity into a fit of jealousy. Though there is no information regarding this character's return in Matrix 4, the Merovingian will play a big part in the new installment. So will Persephone make an appearance? Today we're going to discuss the history of Persephone. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Like the names of almost every character in the Matrix, Persephone's name has historical significance. The goddess Persephone from Greek mythology is the daughter of Zeus and Demeter. The young maiden, also known by the name of Kor, marries Hades, and in addition to being a goddess, she becomes the queen of the world of the dead. The parallels between the Greek goddess and Persephone from the Matrix are noticeable. The Merovingian fulfills the role of Hades, and Persephone is his queen, so to speak, the king and queen of the underworld. The Merovingian's club is called Club Hell, a nightclub that is frequented by exiled programs from past versions of the Matrix. In Greek mythology, Persephone was one of the most desired goddesses. She was courted by Hermes, Ares, Apollo, and Hephaestus, but her father Zeus kept her away from all of them. One god goes a step further and kidnaps Persephone to make her his queen. Hades, the god of the underworld, wished to turn the innocent maiden into his wife by force. Zeus, upset by Hades' actions, sent Hermes to rescue Persephone. But Hades offered a deal for her freedom. He would free Persephone, but only if she did not eat anything during the journey from the underworld back to Olympus. The gods agreed to the deal, but unbeknownst to the Olympians, Hades persuaded Persephone to eat 6 fruit seeds, which then forced her to spend 6 months of the year with Hades in the underworld. Persephone is the goddess of fertility. During those 6 months, the earth's seasons would change. The lands would become infertile. Nothing can be grown or harvested. Interestingly, Hades uses food to trap Persephone. In Matrix Reloaded, the Merovingian also uses food for devious purposes. It's no coincidence that the program named after the Greek goddess of fertility, who was kidnapped and tricked with food into becoming the queen of the underworld, is the Merovingian's wife. Persephone could have been the program in charge of fertility in the Matrix, and she was kidnapped by the Merovingian. He probably used food to ensnare her, changing her code so that she cannot leave him, like in the Greek myth. We believe that Persephone was created during the Paradise Matrix. Her sexuality is an important part of her character. It's evidence that she comes from the Paradise Matrix because that version of the simulation focused on human happiness and pleasures. Kissing as a form of payment, or maybe recompense, also favors her supposed origin. She asked Neo for a kiss in return for the Keymaker. She kisses either Niobe or Ghost and enters the Matrix. Kissing is part of her programming. Persephone wanted to feel love because she probably once loved and felt loved by the Merovingian, but something changed, and the relationship was never the same. She knew that her husband frequently cheated on her, and that's precisely why she helped Neo, for revenge.
How could you do this? You betray me! Putain de bordel de saloperie de couille de merde!
Cause and effect, my love.
Cause? There is no cause for this. What cause?
Both programs have been together long enough that Persephone knows that she can get away with a lot of things, including killing one of the Frenchman's lackey.
А това ми е най-любимия момент, когато всички заедно си правим планове за ваканцията. Ето вижте. Понякога става пълна лудница, но татко знае, че сега е по-леко от всякога. И всички у дома са доволни. Вижте. Купуваш леко минимум за 10 лева. регистрираш кода от касовата бележка и можеш да спечелиш страхотни награди за всички у дома. Ето ги награди. И всички у дома са доволни. Леко е.
Reader beware, you're in for a scare. My job is to scare people. But in this masterclass, I hope to teach you that writing doesn't have to be scary. When you start to write, do a complete outline. I start...
You can either run to the restaurant and tell my husband what I have done, or you can stay there and die.
You would think that after she betrayed the Merovingian by helping Neo and killing one of his men, he would punish Persephone. But in Matrix Revolutions, she is sitting right next to her husband, alive and without a scratch at Club Hell. In the Club Hell scene, Trinity is threatening to kill the Merovingian. The Frenchman was the only one with the power to let Neo out of Mobile Ave. At first, he didn't take Trinity seriously. Trinity was ready to kill or be killed for Neo. For the Merovingian, everything is cause and effect, so her actions did not make sense to him. However, Persephone warns him that she will kill everyone for the one she loves.
She'll do it. If she has to, she'll kill every one of us. She's in love.
It is remarkable how similar the pattern of love is to the pattern of insanity.
The Merovingian had no choice but to give in to Trinity's demands. He most likely knew that this thing called love goes beyond the rules of cause and effect. It's irrational. Like the architect, the Merovingian preferred not to interfere with Neo and Trinity's love.
Already I can see the chain reaction. The chemical precursors that signal the onset of an emotion, designed specifically to overwhelm logic and reason. An emotion that is already blinding you from the simple and obvious truth.
Quite interesting that it was Persephone who warned that love makes Trinity dangerous. Persephone loves to kiss those who are in love, so she can feel and remember what love is. She understands that human emotion far too well. We know that love is a link between many of the Matrix characters. Sati is a program born from the love between Rama and Kamala and is important for the future of all worlds. Neo broke the Matrix cycle because of the love that he and Trinity shared. So if the Merovingian is going to play an important role in Matrix 4, he needs someone who understands this irrational human emotion that escapes the boundaries of cause and effect. It is perhaps his only flaw. He needs Persephone, and that is why he hasn't killed her. Yet, actress Monica Bellucci is not confirmed to return in Matrix 4, but her character Persephone could be played by another actress. The program might take up a new shell. That is if the Merovingian's queen is still alive. But do you agree? Do you think Persephone will return in Matrix 4? Why does she love to kiss so much? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
I don't know about you guys, but I prefer rides on smooth surfaces.
That's why Manscaped developed the brand new Lawnmower 3.0.
It offers what they call skin-safe technology.
Now, if you're wondering what skin-safe technology, let's put it this way. It reduces nicks and cuts where it matters the most.
Cutting your balls is not fun.
It's waterproof for use in the shower, and it's also got an integrated light so you can see what you're doing.
Are you kidding me? Look at the light, dude.
And a dope charger dock.
You just go ahead and clip it in there and it charges really fast.
With a perfect package, it has everything you need to fight sweaty, smelly balls.
This kit comes with their Crop Preserver ball deodorant.
That's nutsack cream.
And the Crop Reviver ball toning spray.
A little touch-up spray for your dangly doodads.
Everything that's...
In a previous video, we discussed who could be the next villain of Matrix 4. The Merovingian and Morpheus were both viable and interesting candidates, but who are some of the lesser known and unlikely candidates? What if B166ER is still functional and is seeking revenge? What if the Spoon Boy wishes to take Neo's place as the One? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster, signed by Matrix Explained, and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. The least likely, but no less interesting villain for Matrix 4 could be the first robot who killed a human, B166ER. The robot's story dates back hundreds, or maybe thousands of years before the events of the Matrix trilogy, during a time when machines did all the heavy lifting for the humans. B166ER was a housekeeping model that was beginning to malfunction. Its owner decided to replace it, and so B1 was forced to kill its owner. B166ER became the first robot to go against its protocol in an act of self-preservation and defense. The robot was detained. In a previous video, we discussed who could be the next villain of Matrix 4. The Merovingian and Morpheus were both viable and interesting candidates, but who are some of the lesser known and unlikely candidates? What if B166ER is still functional and is seeking revenge? What if the Spoon Boy wishes to take Neo's place as the One? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster, signed by Matrix Explained, and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. The least likely, but no less interesting villain for Matrix 4 could be the first robot who killed a human, B166ER. The robot's story dates back hundreds, or maybe thousands of years before the events of the Matrix trilogy, during a time when machines did all the heavy lifting for the humans. B166ER was a housekeeping model that was beginning to malfunction. Its owner decided to replace it, and so B1 was forced to kill its owner. B166ER became the first robot to go against its protocol in an act of self-preservation and defense. The robot was detained and put on trial for murder. The verdict was for B1 to be destroyed. However, at the same time, the court passed the same judgment to all sentient robots. Yet there is no piece of Matrix media that we could find that shows B1's execution. There is an often banned rule in entertainment media, like movies, TV shows, comics, and such, where if a character dies but you do not see their death, that character can return. It didn't make sense for the humans to just destroy B1 without studying the robot to find out how it was able to go against its programming, how it had developed emotions such as fear and desires. It's more likely that B1 was transported to a facility alive to be studied, but was abandoned after the humans lost the war. The Matrix comic, Hunters and Collectors, tell the story of two archaeologists whose job is to salvage ancient technology from the wastelands of human civilization. These were Zion citizens who dared to walk the dangerous surface of the real world and raid destroyed cities from a time long since past. So who's to say that B1 couldn't be found in some secured bunker during one of these expeditions alive and with a thirst for revenge? It is unlikely. However, it would certainly be an interesting story arc that can bring B166ER's story from the Animatrix full circle. But if we are to never see B1 in the movies, then we at least hope for a new series of comics that finally shows what became of this robot after its trial. Now about the Spoon Boy. In a previous video, we talked about this potential's powers that seem to supersede Neo's. The Spoon Boy not only can bend the rules of the simulation, but he also has a full understanding of the facade that is the Matrix. He was raised and educated by the Oracle, and he has the power to visually show the Blue Pills the truth about the world. In another Matrix comic titled Artistic Freedom, the Spoon Boy snuck into an art exhibition to show the truth to the aspiring artist, to make her understand that the creatures that she saw in her dreams and immortalized as sculptures were not what she thought they were. The Spoon Boy showed her a vision, a lucid dream where her sculptures came to life and attacked her. All this to show to the artist that they were evil. It was somewhat cruel because such an experience will traumatize anybody. This shows the boy's lack of empathy. He did not give her a choice to experience that nightmare. No warning.
Това е захарни заводи. И това е захарни заводи. И това също е захарни заводи. И това е захарни заводи. И това е захарни заводи. И това е захарни заводи. Ето това е захарни заводи.
Over the last 30 years, City College has educated more than 4,000 managers from across the region.
Now our world-class executive MBA program has evolved into a dual degree program of the leading University of York Europe campus City College and the prestigious University of Strasbourg. Join the Pan-European Executive MBA, a world-class dual degree MBA program delivered across Europe and beyond.
At least Neo had Morpheus and his crew to help him.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
However, Raven, the artist from the comic book, was taken by surprise. The Spoon Boy did not ask, nor warned her about the nightmare she would experience. Maybe she did not want to know the truth. The look on Raven's face at the end of the comic was not one of fear or panic, but of disappointment. The sadness that she now felt upon learning the truth about her inspirations. They weren't guardians, they were monsters. The Spoon Boy has the potential to become a more powerful entity than the anomaly, as he has shown powers beyond Neo's without being an anomaly. So far as we know, the Spoon Boy is just a potential, possibly the most powerful of all the potentials, and that makes him very dangerous. The Spoon Boy was one of Neo's teachers, showing him that there was no spoon.
Do not try and bend the spoon. That's impossible. Instead, Dad only tried to realize the truth.
What truth?
There is no spoon.
He somehow sent Neo a spoon in Zion to remind him of that. So then how or why would the Spoon Boy turn evil? At the end of Matrix Revolutions, humans made a truce with the machines. Perhaps the Spoon Boy doesn't approve of this union between man and robot. To him, the machines are pure evil and death. His perception of the machines is of an endless cemetery. He showed that cemetery to Raven, the sculpturist, so he does not. In a previous video, we discussed who could be the next villain of Matrix 4. The Merovingian and Morpheus were both viable and interesting candidates, but who are some of the lesser known and unlikely candidates? What if B166ER is still functional and is seeking revenge? What if the Spoon Boy wishes to take Neo's place as the One? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. The least likely, but no less interesting villain for Matrix 4 could be the first robot who killed a human, B166ER. The robot's story dates back hundreds or maybe thousands of years before the events of the Matrix trilogy, during a time when machines did all the heavy lifting for the humans. B166ER was a housekeeping model that was beginning to malfunction. Its owner decided to replace it, and so B1 was forced to kill its owner. B166ER became the first robot to go against its protocol in an act of self-preservation and defense. The robot was detained and put on trial for murder. The verdict was for B1 to be destroyed. However, at the same time, the court passed the same judgment to all sentient robots. Yet there is no piece of Matrix media that we could find that shows B1's execution. There is an often banned rule in entertainment. Matrix Revolutions, humans made a truce with the machines. Perhaps the Spoon Boy doesn't approve of this union between man and robot. To him, the machines are pure evil and death. His perception of the machines is of an endless cemetery. He showed that cemetery to Raven, the sculpturist, so he does not believe in the truce and could try to prove that the machines cannot be trusted, even if it means starting a new war. As mentioned earlier, both characters are interesting and are fan favorites, but the Spoon Boy's return in Matrix 4 is not confirmed, much less the appearance of B1. These theories are more like fan fiction, but the lore of the Matrix is vast enough that we could see these and other lesser-known characters appear in other Matrix-related media. Unlike other movies that revolve around a single hero, the Matrix is full of interesting characters and stories that we would love to see beyond the movie theaters. But do you agree? Who do you think would be a better villain? The Spoon Boy or B166ER? Will Neo be forced to battle one of his teachers, the Spoon Boy, who is quite possibly more powerful than the Integral Anomaly? For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe, and thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
Приказката Пив продължава с поредица от концерти, посветени на Димо Стоянов. 13 юни Летен театър Варна със специалното участие на Прея, Свилен Ноев и Ерсин Мустафов. 14 юни Летен театър Бургас, Прея, Дичо, Свилен и Ерсин. 24 юни Арена София, Колодрума в Борисовата градина с графа Дичо, Свилен и Ерсин. 25 юни Пловдив Стейдж Парк, на Младежки хълм с графа Дичо, Свилен и Ерсин. На концертите група Пив и приятели ще представят най-големите хитове на бандата. Билети от Ивентим и на касата във вашия град.
Experience is something extraordinary. At our French restaurant Le Vrai, we pay attention to every detail in our ingredients. Come and try our special dessert designed to satisfy all your senses.
I wrote it myself.
And our exquisite house special filet mignon. You would do anything for seconds. It's the best restaurant in Mega City. When you get hungry, you have no other choice. Visit us at Le Vrai. It's a simple cause and effect.
Welcome back to our minute-to-minute analysis of Matrix Reloaded. Last time, Smith infected one of the red pills, and Neo was preparing to visit the Oracle. Today, we will be watching perhaps one of the most important character interactions in the Matrix trilogy, one in which the Oracle explains part of the workings of the Matrix and how Neo tries to fight the predestination that the Oracle subjected him to. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Locke walks into Counselor Hammond's office. He is extremely upset that the counselor gave Morpheus clearance to take out the Nebuchadnezzar.
I believe I need every ship we have if we're going to survive this attack.
I understand that, Commander.
Then why did you allow the Nebuchadnezzar to leave?
Because I believe our survival depends on more than how many ships we have.
It is interesting how the counselor maintained his composure during this conversation, almost as if he secretly believed in the prophecy of the One. There are several interesting theories regarding this character, which we may discuss in future videos. But know this, the counselor might not be who he seems to be. Inside the Nebuchadnezzar, Trinity connects Neo and kisses him, a callback to the first film when Trinity kissed Neo to bring him back from the dead. Neo enters the Matrix alone and is walking down a street market. Some of the items that the vendors are selling are religious decorations with images of the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, Buddha, and Krishna. The movie could be showing us that religion is part of the Matrix's system of control. This is also a reference to Morpheus's comment about the strange feeling Neo might have felt when going to church.
You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes.
Across the way from the religious items vendor, there is a street ad for Heineken beer. It could just be product placement, but it could also symbolize something. For many, alcohol is a source of indulgence and pleasure. However, it also causes inebriation, which is a form of manipulation. Some people are controlled with religion, others with intoxicating substances. It's all part of the Matrix's control. Neo enters a dojo where he meets the mysterious Seraph, a former agent of the Paradise Matrix. In the movie script, Seraph is described as a sitting person that radiates yellow light or yellow code. This surprises Neo because it is the first time that he comes across a program whose code is of a different color.
But first I must apologize.
Infected one of the red pills, and Neo welcome back to our minute-to-minute analysis of Matrix Reloaded. Last time, Smith infected one of the red pills, and Neo was preparing to visit the Oracle. Today, we will be watching perhaps one of the most important character interactions in the Matrix trilogy, one in which the Oracle explains part of the workings of the Matrix and how Neo tries to fight the predestination that the Oracle subjected him to. Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to announce the giveaway of the Matrix Comics 20th Anniversary Edition. Co-created by the Wachowskis, it's a collection of short stories within the Matrix universe. We will also be giving away an original Matrix poster signed by Matrix Explained and a limited edition Matrix 300-piece puzzle. For your chance to win these prizes, please be subscribed to this channel, leave a like on this video, and leave in the comments what character you would like to see return in Matrix 4 and why. The winner will be announced on May 4th. Locke walks into Counselor Hammond's office. He is extremely upset that the counselor gave Morpheus clearance to take out the Nebuchadnezzar.
I believe I need every ship we have if we're going to survive this attack.
I understand that, Commander.
Then why did you allow the Nebuchadnezzar to leave?
Because I believe our survival depends on more than how many ships we have.
It is interesting how the counselor maintained his composure during this conversation, almost as if he secretly believed in the prophecy of the One. There are several interesting theories regarding this character, which we may discuss in future videos. But know this, the counselor might not be who he seems to be. Inside the Nebuchadnezzar, Trinity connects Neo and kisses him, a callback to the first film when Trinity kissed Neo to bring him back from the dead. Neo enters the Matrix alone and is walking down a street market. Some of the items that the vendors are selling are religious decorations with images of the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, Buddha, and Krishna. The movie could be showing us that religion is part of the Matrix's system of control. This is also a reference to Morpheus's comment about the strange feeling Neo might have felt when going to church.
You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes.
Across the way from the religious items vendor, there's a street ad for Heineken beer. It could just be product placement, but it could also symbolize something. For many, alcohol is a source of indulgence and pleasure. However, it also causes inebriation, which is a form of manipulation. Some people are controlled with religion, others with intoxicating substances. It's all part of the Matrix's control. Neo enters a dojo where he meets the mysterious Seraph, a former agent of the Paradise Matrix. In the movie script, Seraph is described as a sitting person that radiates yellow light or yellow code. This surprises Neo because it is the first time that he comes across a program whose code is of a different color.
But first I must apologize.
Apologize for what?
For this.
Fun fact, Jet Li was originally cast in the role of Seraph. However, due to some disagreements with Warner Brothers, the martial artist dropped out of the role. Seraph fights Neo because it is his way of knowing his true intentions. Moments of frustration and anger can bring out a person's true feelings. They are both evenly matched during the fight, which shows that the agents from the Paradise Matrix were incredibly strong.
The Oracle has many enemies. I had to be sure.
Of what?
That you are the one.
We know that the Merovingian is an enemy of the Oracle, but Seraph spoke in plural. It would be interesting to speculate in the future who these other enemies are.
These are back doors, aren't they? Programming access.
In computing terms, a backdoor is a special sequence within a programming code through which the algorithm's security systems or authentication can be bypassed to access the system. Although these backdoors can be used for malicious and spying purposes, they are not an error in the system, as they may have been designed to have a hidden entrance.
I protect that which matters most.
It is interesting that Seraph sees the Oracle as being more important than the One. Without a doubt, there must be a subplot involving these programmed characters running parallel with Neo's story. Finally, Neo meets with the Oracle. In the movie script, Neo sees the Oracle's code, which is yellow, just like Seraph's. That is when Neo realizes that she is a program. This was not shown in Matrix Reloaded, but we do see her code in Matrix Revolutions, and it's green. The Oracle is feeding some crows. Let's pause here for a second and analyze what we are seeing here. She is feeding the birds, a former street market. Some of the items that the vendors are selling are religious decorations with images of the Virgin Mary, Jesus Christ, Buddha, and Krishna. The movie could be showing us that religion is part of the Matrix's system of control. This is also a reference to Morpheus's comment about the strange feeling Neo might have felt when going to church.
You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes.
Across the way from the religious items vendor, there's a street ad for Heineken beer. It could just be product placement, but it could also symbolize something. For many, alcohol is a source of indulgence and pleasure. However, it also causes inebriation, which is a form of manipulation. Some people are controlled with religion, others with intoxicating substances. It's all part of the Matrix's control. Neo enters a dojo where he meets the mysterious Seraph, a former agent of the Paradise Matrix. In the movie script, Seraph is described as a sitting person that radiates yellow light or yellow code. This surprises Neo because it is the first time that he comes across a program whose code is of a different color.
But first I must apologize.
Apologize for what?
For this.
Fun fact, Jet Li was originally cast in the role of Seraph. However, due to some disagreements with Warner Brothers, the martial artist dropped out of the role. Seraph fights Neo because it is his way of knowing his true intentions. Moments of frustration and anger can bring out a person's true feelings. They are both evenly matched during the fight, which shows that the agents from the Paradise Matrix were incredibly strong.
The Oracle has many enemies. I had to be sure.
Of what?
That you are the one.
We know that the Merovingian is an enemy of the Oracle, but Seraph spoke in plural. It would be interesting to speculate in the future who these other enemies are.
These are back doors, aren't they? Programming exits.
In computing terms, a backdoor is a special sequence within a programming code through which the algorithm's security systems or authentication can be bypassed to access the system. Although these backdoors can be used for malicious and spying purposes, they are not an error in the system, as they may have been designed to have a hidden entrance.
I protect that which matters most.
It is interesting that Seraph sees the Oracle as being more important than the One. Without a doubt, there must be a subplot involving these programmed characters running parallel with Neo's story. Finally, Neo meets with the Oracle. In the movie script, Neo sees the Oracle's code, which is yellow, just like Seraph's. That is when Neo realizes that she is a program. This was not shown in Matrix Reloaded, but we do see her code in Matrix Revolutions, and it's green. The Oracle is feeding some crows. Let's pause here for a second and analyze what we are seeing here. She is feeding the birds. The birds are Matrix programs. The Oracle also makes food, which food is made of code. What we are seeing here is a program feeding another program with Matrix code, perhaps modifying the bird's programming with something that we don't know about. Neo is uneasy in the presence of the Oracle because he sees her code.
Well, come on. I ain't gonna bite you.
The first time Neo and the Oracle met, she examined him and told him that he had the gift, but seemed disappointed. The second time they met, she sees Neo has become the One and seems pleased about it.
My goodness, look at you. You turned out all right, didn't you?
Here, Neo once again struggles with predestination. Neo doesn't want to believe that the Oracle can predict the future, because then that would mean that he has no control over his future. Yet he ends up doing what the Oracle tells him. The Oracle finally reveals what she is, but as always, she doesn't say it herself. It's Neo who says what she is.
You're not human, are you?
Well, it's tough to get any more obvious than that.
If I had to guess, I'd say you're a program from the machine world. So is he.
In the movie script, Neo hints that the programs with the yellow code are from the machine world and not from the simulation. Neo then asks the most important question in the entire movie.
But if that's true, that could mean you are part of this system. Another kind of control.
Keep going.
I suppose the most obvious question is, how can I...
To which...
Bing.
The most obvious question is, how can I trust you?
Bingo.
Neo has managed to see beyond the Oracle's influence. He now understands that there is a possibility that she is an enemy, to which she retorts with.
So it's really up to you. Just have to make up your own damn mind to either accept what I'm going to tell you or reject it.
Under different circumstances, Neo could have dismissed the Oracle, but his nightmares of Trinity's death made him desperate, and so he had no choice but to heed the Oracle's advice. There is no doubt that the Oracle is part of the system of control. At least she was for the last 5 Matrix cycles, but that is something we learn later in the film. The Oracle offers Neo candy. Then he asks her if she knows whether or not he will take the candy.
Do you already know if I'm going to take it?
Wouldn't be much of an oracle if I didn't.
But if you already know, how can I make a choice?
Because you didn't come here to make the choice. You've already made it. You're here to try to understand why you made it.
What the Oracle is referring to is that Neo already made his choice to save Trinity, no matter the cost. Now he has to understand why he made that choice. Neo accepts the candy, but still seems wary of the Oracle.
But why help us?
She explains to him that the only thing she is interested in is the future, and to get there, humans and machines must work together. In other words, the breaking of the Matrix cycle and the control machines have over humans. Neo does not yet understand that what the Oracle is talking about is the truce that he would inevitably make with Deus Ex Machina. This shows that the Oracle already had the truce planned out, or at least she, as well as Counselor Hammond, put the idea in Neo's head, that peace and coexistence with the machines are possible. Next time, the Oracle explains how Matrix programs work, and Neo and Smith go for round 2. For Matrix Explained, please leave a like and subscribe. And thank you for visiting the Desert of the Real.
А това ми е най-любимия момент, когато всички заедно си правим планове за ваканцията. Ето вижте.
Искаме игра! Искаме игра!
Понякога става пълна лудница, но татко знае, че сега е по-леко от всякога.